bullet train being halted after the fiber optic cable. We can start that first if you'd like. Um, is that okay?
Yeah. I just did a quick search over on the site of about fiber optic cable theft. I don't know much about it except that I've heard a lot about copper theft, though. I know that's a big deal over here in the U.S., and it seems like um, fiber optic cable most often is stolen because it's people thought it was copper. So
Mm.
it's like mistaken identity, they're saying. So
Yeah, that's interesting because out here they do steal the what's it called? The catalytic converters. Not sure what that one's for, but
there's platinum and iridium and the catalytic converters. Yeah.
mm,
If we yeah, we could, oh, hey, we're live. I didn't even notice that. Hey, YouTube. Um,
anybody out there watching this?
yeah. The catalytic converters on cars are um part of the emissions control. Um, the precious metals or rare earth metals in the catalytic converters take uh, toxic exhaust gases out of the exhaust through a catalyst process. So they don't get used up in the process, but simply by virtue of their presence, they facilitate these reactions between the different gases and whatnot. So they will convert things like NOx, nitrous oxide, um, or nitric oxide, um, uh, into, well, here, let me just pull up a list. I'm not very good at a lot of these off the top of my head. I didn't work in emissions on the gas turbine side. Um, but I mean, it's a lot of the same emissions gases released by um, power plants that were released also by um, these um, cars back in the 70s and stuff. It was why emissions were such an issue back then. And the development of catalytic converters is a lot of, or is why a lot of these issues from back then are not a problem anymore. Um, but
Mm.
here, so yeah, they take excuse me, they take harmful pollutants like carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, and hydrocarbons. So, yeah, unburned fuel even. They convert it into less harmful carbon dioxide, water vapor, and nitrogen um, by virtue of the precious metals, platinum, palladium, and rhodium. They typically last for roughly 100,000 miles. Failure indicated by a sulfur smell, poor acceleration, and check engine lights. So, yeah, not that that's too important, but yeah, the how do we get on catalytic converters? It was
I have this article here about in Spain. A guy stole, I believe it says 600 meters of fiber optic signaling cables. And yeah, that's not the first case. That's one of many. So stealing fiber optic cable is a thing. Uh,
mm,
and yeah, um,
yeah, but fiber optic cable is really not the target of it. The fiber optics are basically just like transparent glass that allows for light to travel through it. Um, but uh, insulated cables running alongside a lot of these fiber optic cables are oftentimes electric cables, power, and those are conductive metals, copper. And copper is expensive because copper is used for that, for transmission lines. The power companies really can only use copper for their power lines. Um, a lot of other resources, AC units, a lot of their coils use copper. There's been problems in the past about um, air conditioner units being vandalized and uh, in search of the copper coils in them. Um, so copper is very special and limited. There's only so much copper on the planet. You can't grow more copper. Comes from stars, nuclear reactions. Um, that's a lot of the reason why people like Elon Musk are looking up to space to, um, if you look ahead far enough into the future, um, there's only so much copper. Um, where do you get more? Where does humanity get more when it starts to get too hard to find more copper? There's going to come a point where the cost of finding the less and less and less copper on the planet uh, gets more expensive than um, you know going up off the planet and looking for more coppers. So Elon Musk's like, well, not just Musk, but in all of these startup space companies that talk about mining asteroids are, working in this mindset, looking up, looking ahead, looking, literally, yeah, up. Where are we going to get these things in the future? And, the moon is the closest, biggest, most likely possibility to have a lot of the resources that we're looking for. Uh, I don't think that the moon has much copper. I don't know if we've really been able to determine a lot of. I think that there's a lot of iron up there. I think that there's hydrogen gas, or not gas, hydrogen trapped up there. But um, yeah, I don't. Circling back to that article, those fiber optic cables were probably not what those people were looking for. When they insulate fiber optic cables, they look exactly like insulated power cables. So they were
I can.
probably going for copper, and those thieves probably ended up with a rude awakening or something, finding
There's
out
a
that,
short article here. It's
yeah.
not. It's not really long. It's just about that. It says a 19-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of stealing hundreds of meters of cable. Hundreds of rail passengers were left stranded for hours in Spain after 600 meters of fiber optic cabling, signaling cables, were stolen. The railway infrastructure company ADIF confirmed on Monday that the cables had been removed overnight in the region of Catalonia. The theft forced Spain's state-owned railway operator to suspend the bullet train service between the country's two biggest cities, Madrid and Barcelona. Passengers are holid- Passengers and holidaymakers crowded platforms before the trains resume service. An ADIF spokesperson said the Associated Press that at least 15 train departures were likely canceled. Catalonia Regional Police, Mosses, and then a word in a different language. They said that a 19-year-old man had been arrested in suspicion of theft near Santa Olivia. Police have not ruled out making more arrests. So, yeah, there's a lot of articles about it. So I'm not sure what this um, fiber optic cabling is absolutely, used for, but I'll definitely find more articles.
Yeah, when they said the signaling cables, that would mean that they're data lines for, you know, passing the information, presumably about the trains that are operating, between the stations, through the whole railway network there, if they're talking about the state-owned railway lines. So um, probably not uh, like um, like over here, privately owned um, um, networks like AT&T's data network across, or Comcast or Spectrum or whatever. They all have big fiber optic networks all around across the the country here. Um, so him removing that chunk of transmission lines from that network is it probably didn't like take down a chunk of the internet network over there. Um, it's probably why it was just the disruption was only within that state-owned network. Uh, but yeah, that's interesting. There's yeah, when they take them out of like internet backbone um network lines over here in the US, it can take out a whole chunk um of internet capacity for, a lot of people, a lot of companies. Um,
Yeah.
and that, yeah, they've got to go and rerun all of these lines. Um, high repair costs, it says. One theft at a BART facility. What is a BART facility? I wonder. But yeah, it says like
Uh,
one single theft, even mistaken identity, a single theft can cost over $1 million in damages, even when it's like worthless to the thief. They were going for copper, they got fiber optics, it's worthless to them. They didn't benefit anything, and it just ended up causing $1 million of damage. Um, so yeah, I don't know how much
oh,
of a problem it is over here in the US. Um,
uh, I'm not sure. I know out here in the desert, they're having a problem with that, with stealing, what's it called? Cadillac converters. It's a poor area, I would say, or um, opportunistic people looking for an opportunity to get money, and they're stealing Cadillac converters, and it's a big deal around here.
yeah.
And yeah, my mom has had her Cadillac converter stolen, and her car was on the side of the freeway when her Cadillac converter was stolen, which is hilarious.
Oh,
The
so
police actually
what
picked my
she was,
mom up, asked her, does she need a ride to the exit so she could get gas? And she's like, yeah, I need a ride to the exit. So she got a ride to the exit by the police and then walked back to the car on the side of the road on the freeway. And found out her Cadillac converter was gone. I mean, the only other option was to get up and leave, other than sit there and cry about it or whatever. But yeah, she came and seen that um her well not came and seen well came and seen that her Cadillac converter was gone. She said she heard it at first, and she's not too big on like she's not a mechanic or anything, but she knew something was wrong. She was like, I'm hearing something, and I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
well,
to
I mean, it would have taken a whole section out of the exhaust. So if you imagine in that section, the catalytic converter comes ahead of the muffler. So,
Mhm.
like
So it's like exhaust
as
under
if
the
a
car,
whole,
basically,
huh?
like an exhaust under the car. They just
Yeah.
remove the pipe between the exhaust. Yeah, um, yeah. It's
Yeah.
just it's that big of a deal that people are still to get off the side of the freeway. I was asking my mom like, there's no where she showed me it was. There's like no the side of the road is not like a freeway wall and then houses on the other side. There's fields of someone's land. There's fields of just fields there, and yeah, I was like somebody seen your car and took the opportunity, probably dropped somebody off, or I don't know
I
what
mean,
happened.
it takes less than like 2 minutes, really. Someone, if they
Oh
have a
wow,
Sawzall thing, they got some power tools, just boom, 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 you know.
I
Um,
didn't know that.
so yeah, it makes sense in lower income areas. I think that's a problem over here in Florida too, because you get a team, two guys or whatever, one driving a car, one holding a saw, sitting in the passenger seat, right? And you just drive around, look for a car sitting somewhere, something, you pull over and go and start, you get under the car. It looks to people passing by like someone's just
Like
working,
someone's helping
someone
somebody.
got some help to, so some good Samaritan pulled over to try to help a poor broken down motorist or something. And yeah, 2 minutes cut and boom, in their trunk and drive away to find another one. And if they got a scrap dealer who gives them up to $1,000 per catalytic converter,
Oh
a
wow.
single afternoon can really pay off.
Mm.
Um,
So someone could basically um, go to well, you can find someone that you know basically who'll buy those. That's very interesting.
yeah,
But that's
but
a
I
lot of
mean the
work.
the sketchy guy, somewhere out with the like I don't know. Um, I don't know any sketchy guys over here, but
Me either.
yeah. Um,
How do you meet these guys who want a Cadillac converter? Where do you
yeah,
meet these?
well, he's probably got his own guy somewhere else who's got a whole setup to dismantle, melt these things down, strip the metals out from each other, and then you can sell the precious metals inside. Um,
Oh,
for
I thought you were saying you could sell just like the Cadillac converter, but you got to sell metals that are inside.
Yeah, it's the scrap value. It's not the
Oh,
catalytic converter
I
itself.
thought it
It's the
was
metals inside of them that they use to make them that are worth so much. The
okay. I
catalytic
thought it
converter
was
itself
different.
is really only worth as much as the metals inside of them. The rest of everything to make it work inside of the car is really incidental. It's not, you know, not what they're after. They're after like ripping these things apart, melting them down and going after the actual metals themselves that make these things. So, um, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that's what makes it so hard to track and trace and stop because, once they rip it out, rip it apart, And once it goes to a scrap dealer, it's gone. There's no evidence left to trace anybody to anything. It's just ripped apart scrap metal, you know.
Hmm.
Um, you're not going to be able to prove anybody did anything. So, yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
none
what.
of this is to give anybody any ideas, too. Just to
Yeah.
nobody on
My mom
YouTube
said
go
that
and
the cops just like took down her information and told her they'll call her if they heard anything. Basically, those weren't
I
their
mean,
exact words, but they were like, "Okay, we're hearing a lot about this stuff in the area. If we hear anything about yours, we'll get in contact with you." And that was 2 years ago. They never
that's
called my mom.
yeah. I mean, what could they find? You know, the converter itself was gone probably
Yeah,
that same day. If not, if not then definitely within the week there was no more converter to trace to anybody. So
yeah. I
I mean,
was thinking the whole time that these people were still in Cadillac converters and like selling them to mechanics and
no.
selling Cadillac converters, but I didn't know they're breaking it down for metals. I thought the whole thing was the Cadillac converter. But then that's me not being a mechanic and knowing anything about mechanics. I was just like, oh, Cadillac converter, you can sell those. No, I
Yeah,
knew
you
nothing.
can sell them. There's people who will pay a lot more for the catalytic converter itself than a mechanic would. Sticking
Oh
it back
wow.
into a car is really kind of useless to a lot of people's viewpoint. It's a waste of the good metals in there. They can get more for them just ripping it apart, melting it down. It's yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's a shame. And I mean,
precious
they're easy
metals.
to see under the car too. There's no mistaking it either if you get up underneath. Unless the car's got a whole full undercarriage, but they just, then go and look for older vehicles. Um, yeah, they're it's
Yeah.
interesting. They're
Yeah, me and my mom the whole time we thought that someone was like selling Cadillac converters, but now I'm going to point out to her that they stole that for the metal inside, not just the converter. Very interesting.
yeah,
Uh, yeah, that's interesting to know. Now she knows. Um, and then there was another article here, and Kevin said he'll be a little late. Uh, the article here it says the wild story of what happened to Pablo Escobar's hungry, hungry hippos. Because I believe you were the one that told me, yeah, those hippos ended up. Um, it says ever since the demise of the infamous drug kingpin, his pet hippos have flourished, wreaking havoc on the ecosystem and terrorizing local communities. Hmm. I didn't know that till
yeah,
reading this. It
yeah.
says 4 decades ago, Pablo Escobar brought to his Medellin hideaway four hippopotamus, the centerpieces of a uh, pronounce this word to me, Mark. Menagerie.
Menagerie. Yeah, basically his
Menagerie.
own personal private zoo.
Okay. The centerpieces of a menagerie that included llamas, cheetahs, lions, tigers, ostriches, and other exotic fauna. After
Oh my,
Colombian
no
police
bears.
shot Escobar dead. Huh?
You just said lions and tigers. I said, oh my, no bears.
um, I'm surprised he didn't have bears. But
Yeah.
it says after they shot Escobar dead in 1993, veterinarians removed the animals except the hippos, which were deemed too dangerous to approach. The hippos fled to nearby. Magdalena River and multiplied. Wow. Uh, Another piece of the article here says today the descendants of Escobar's hippos are believed to number nearly 200. Their uncontrolled growth threatens the region's fragile waters. Smithsonian contributor Joshua Hammer joins us to recant the strange history and explain why Colombian conservationists have embarked upon an unusual program to sterilize these hippos in the wild via invasive surgical castration, a procedure that is, as he has written for Smithsonian Magazine, medically complicated, expensive, and sometimes dangerous for hippos as well as for people performing it. Then ecologist Rebecca Lewinson tells us how her long term study of hippos population in Africa offers hints of how these creatures will continue to alter the Colombian ecosystem and what authorities can do about it. Hmm.
Yeah,
There's
it's from what I understand, his private zoo started out with four hippopotamuses. For some reason, that sounds hippopotami. Interesting. Wikipedia article's
hippos.
headline is hippopotamuses in Colombia, but then the very first word in the article is hippopotami, or an introduced species. That make Oh my gosh, what is going on? Is it hippopotamuses or hippopotami? That's kind of a fun sentence to say. Is it hippopotamuses or
Hippopotami.
hippopotami? Hippopotamus, pa 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 pa. Yeah, fun. Um, yeah, they so starting out with four of them, if they're two males and two females, is there enough genetic diversity there for them to have a stable population even? Or are they gonna start getting all
Um,
inbred funky hippos? For some reason, I
it
doubt that
says
four are enough.
it says the number is nearly 200 now.
Yeah,
They've
but they gotta all be
repopulated.
cousins, you know?
I was
If
going to
they're,
say that they already repopulated, but are they family? It's
yeah,
very possible.
yeah. I mean, I don't see any way that they couldn't be all family to each other. I mean,
um,
I don't know. Yeah, by 2019, their population had grown to approximately 100 individuals, causing concerns about harming native flora and fauna in the area, as well as posing a significant threat to the human population. Yeah, so that's another thing. The flora and fauna in the area, that includes cocaine plants, coca, right? Do
they
hippopotamuses,
eat that?
I don't know. I mean, they're herbivores, aren't they? I think. If they're
uh,
herbivores and they're in a region with a lot of cocaine plants with coca leaves, are they getting, you know, coked up
huh.
too? Might that be why they're so enthusiastically breeding?
They're
You know,
high.
party time, party time in
uh,
Colombia. Yeah.
yeah, that would be interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
There's an
After
article
Escobar's
here.
death in 93, the zoo was unofficially closed, but the hippos would later escape. What does unofficially closed mean? I don't
I
know.
have no idea.
Yeah. By 2007, the animals had multiplied to 16. Okay, so it took from 1993 to 2007 for them to go from 4 to 16. By 2014, there were reported to be 40 hippopotamuses. By 2019, there was around 90 to 120. Ah, that's like exponential. Yeah, another study in 2023 revealed between 181 and 215. That number is just going so quick.
When
They
you
should
said,
follow the Florida plan and just open hunting on hippos. You know, you can go, it's like we did with the pythons in the Everglades. If you're, you know, mucking around the the forests of Colombia and you see a hippo, you can shoot it, no questions asked. Just
oh, well,
how get rid of it, remove it. Um, that would be a lot simpler than surgical castration of wild hippos. Like you gotta what they gotta have to, or they're gonna have to tranquilize them long enough that you can remove them from any group population. You know, if there's a whole bunch of hippos, how do you get one of them out of there so that you can do surgery on it? So I don't, that's a big question. I don't know. But assuming you can get one unconscious and away from its fellow hippos, then you gotta, what, cut its balls off and, you know, make sure it's clean and sterile, whatever. Return it to the rest of the population. Move on to the next. When you've got 200, presumably, just cut that in half. And then that would mean you got to do this 100 other times.
yeah. Um,
That's that's a lot more complicated than just hunting. Rather than tranquilizing, just bullet. They were never meant to be in that environment in the first place. The damage that they're doing, I don't know. I'm imagining environmentalists getting up in arms about harming helpless hippos. That's nicely alliterated. Harming helpless hippos. Wow. I'm in a languagey mood today. Um, yeah, harming the hippos, but how much harm are the hippos doing to everything else? Feel like the lesser evil is hunting hippos. That's interesting. So many alliterative phrases coming up in this conversation. Um,
um,
the
I
Colombian
got
hippos reach sexual maturity earlier than the African hippos, Wikipedia says. So, why? How are they? How are they getting to? I mean, they must already be diverging from their original baseline genetic traits and population if they're going through puberty earlier in life than the population of hippos that they were taken from. So I don't know. That's a bigger concern too. If they're reaching maturity faster, will that continue to accelerate conflict with citizens? What? Locals have reported mock attacks on humans, as they call them, but as of 2017, none have been fatal or resulted in injury. What do they mean by mock attacks?
that's what I
June 18,
was gonna ask.
2009, a hippopotamus named Pepe was killed by hunters under authorization of the government. Authorities had declared the hippo as a threat and health risk to farmers and fishermen and ordered to be killed. When a photo of the dead hippo surrounded by 15 armed men became public, it caused considerable controversy among animal rights groups both within the country and abroad. Protesters picketed the environmental ministry and expressed their opposition to the upcoming plan to kill two other hippos, Matilda and her baby Hip. Further plans of culling ceased. Okay, well, that would be why they're not going with the Florida plan. They're naming them.
Like what's that one place called? They had a show with these little, I forgot what they're called. Uh is it I forgot what they call those little animals. Some kind of something, I forgot what it's called, but they had a show
Like a
about them.
rodent type of thing.
Uh
Meerkat Manor?
Meerkat Man.
Ah,
Yeah, that's a funny show. My aunt started watching that, and I was like, literally, they're gonna talk about these things, run around all day, but it is pretty interesting. So I was like, wow, they find anything to get people to view, and people get out there and view it. But when you were talking about cocaine hippos, and as you talk, these devices are listening. So when I picked up my phone to look up cocaine hippos, that was the first thing. Cocaine hippos, an article popped up for it. And all you said was cocaine hippos. And the article says how cocaine hippos are rewriting the rules of South American jungle. And that was wrote last month on the 1st. So this is fairly new.
so your
Uh,
Google account knows that you and I are having a conversation and knows the subject that we're talking about.
my
And
phone
is
is kind of in my hand, so it's
yeah,
just right here. And
yeah.
yeah, they're
So they're
surely
just
listening.
listening. Well, I guess Google owns YouTube, right? So they just know,
Oh, yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, will make
Not that it
sense.
not that it
Uh,
matters to
I
me,
seen a
but yeah.
notification. I seen a notification that it basically asks, "Can we follow your search history through different sites?" And to go to that site, I think I press agree just to keep going. And
Yeah.
yeah, so they're listening across apps, they say. But
Yeah.
about these cocaine hippos, let me read this article. It says, here's a quick take. Pablo Escobar's four escaped hippos have grown into feral population of around nearly 200 individuals of Magdalena Basin of Colombia. Lack of natural predators and abundant water allow these hippos to breed significantly faster than those in Africa. Massive amounts of hippo waste contaminate waterways, depleting oxygen and threatening native fish and manatee populations. Authorities are utilizing expensive sterilization and controversial culling to prevent the population from reaching 1,400 by 2040. Wow. If once they get to
I don't
1,400, it's going to be 1,400 and
uh,
then
yeah,
10,000.
1400 by that point you can just give up on that whole river basin. It's going to be hippo hippo territory. All of these other endangered species in there, the critically endangered Dall's toad-headed turtle and Magdalena river turtle, the West Indian manatee, neotropical otter, spectacled caiman, however many threatened fish species, you know, no, they're going to be hippo food or just, displaced and killed or dying from lack of food. Like you said, they're um, changing the oxygen balance um, in the
Yeah,
water.
the air out there.
Yeah, so that's
Change
gonna
the
cause
environment. Cool.
yeah, that's gonna cause massive fish kills. algae
Yeah.
blooms. Oh, yeah,
Could that
they
could
got to
that
get them.
possibly take away certain types of fish, just like
Oh my
bad
God.
stuff in that area?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm,
Algae blooms, um if they're waste material is going to cause algae blooms, like they're saying, algae blooms cause massive fish kills when um I mean, at least from my memory, I recall red tide warnings here in Florida, and that basically meant that there was a specific type of algae that, due to whatever sort of imbalance um, in the ocean in that area were just out competing the fish in the region for the oxygen that was, saturated into the water. So the fish basically suffocate in the water, as weird as that sounds, because the algae are using all of those resources, just massively being overfed. And the fish can't eat the algae quickly enough to be able to breathe again. It's weird, that whole, like, it sounded convoluted when I, was first learning it, but the whole ecosystem is a big, delicate balance. You flick off one little boop and throw the scales off of some imbalance, and the whole thing just goes haywire. Um, so hippos like that, I don't know why that's controversial. I really don't get it.
oh,
They never should have been there in the first place. They never should have. Yeah,
right,
conservationists, like, why are you not conserving that? Why are the hippos a bigger concern than the entire ecosystem that had been in existence for all of history before them, before 1993? Why is none of that worth saving or worth less than a few bullets to handle a few hippos, you know? I guess hold on, batteries.
I did have some device dying,
The uh
but I handled
it's
that.
it's kind of it's a roundabout it's a roundabout version of the trolley problem, right?
Correct.
If um if a trolley is going out of out of control or something, and there's a split in the tracks, and the trolley can either go one way and kill like a dozen people for sure, or you can pull a lever changing the tracks and send the trolley in another direction, in which case you will be sending the trolley directly into the other person, another person standing on the tracks over on that side, and thus you will be effectively directly responsible for the death of this other person. If you don't kill that other person, then your lack of action will result in the death of a dozen other people. So um, it's an ethical question, an ethical dilemma. What do you do? Do you choose to kill that one person, or do you stand by and watch a dozen other people die because of your lack of taking action? Right. So,
Right.
do you choose to take action and cause the death of these hippos, or do you choose by lack of action to let the hippos completely destroy the environment of this river basin? And in this case, I don't see it as a big dilemma. because the whole river basin before Pablo Escobar was worth so much more than his idiot menagerie. I mean, so I don't know. I would pull that lever. I would kill those hippos. Um, you know, trolley problem there. I don't know. What do you think, Pookie? Would you pull the lever on that
Uh,
trolley problem?
I found it kind of interesting, but I'm not sure what I'd do. Like, I guess if they were mine, I'd do that. But going through that area and getting all those hippos together to kill, I can see being a problem. That's a lot of hippos because in my head I was just imagining them like get them on that rope thing that they get horses and carry them to certain places or cows. But you can't do that with hippos because they're like violent animals unless you just shoot everyone with a dart and then put them down and go put them, carry them across places. But where are you going to take a hippo to? Near
Yeah, I
Colombia is what
mean,
I'm thinking.
there's no interstate highways to go and just drive a big trailer up and take them away. This is in the deep, 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 deep jungle out
Yeah,
there.
I got a picture here.
You're like trekking through everything, climbing. It's going to be just as difficult to shoot a dart and tranquilize one hippo as it would be to remove one hippo from the problem, one trolley problem pull effectively. So, um, yeah, I guess in that case, you got to do it like 100, 200 times. So it's a bit bigger of an issue. But if you consider the environment as the total system, do you pull the trigger to decide to protect that environment that was there before 1993, or do you pull the trigger in the decision to remove the hippos in question by the violent means if necessary? But you know do you yeah, so I don't know. I would s- as much as some people might find it a bit shocking, I would protect that environment. I think that environmental protection is really something that a lot of people do not take seriously in the political grouping that I have kind of found myself lumped
Um,
into. So um, that
so when
that is
I
a
was gonna
very
say like if they were to like try to get rid of those, like killing them, where would that leave the land? Just a bunch of dead hippos everywhere.
wait, I missed that last bit.
Um,
Where would that leave the
Taking out the
land?
hippos is going to be a lot of work, and I mean, like to get rid of them all, do you just kill them and leave them in the wild, or you talking about
I
killing them and
mean,
cleaning them up?
you don't necessarily need to pick up the hippo and take it away, right? It'll just decompose and decay naturally. There's going to be foragers in the jungles there that will just take care of the hippo for you. And in a matter of, a few weeks, there might be a hippo skeleton. Uh, I mean, but decomposition goes pretty quick in a really high humidity, high temperature tropical jungle like that. So I would not really see a need to take and remove it. Um,
Yeah, okay.
yeah,
Um,
because that would add a lot of unnecessary complexity to it, which is exactly what I would be trying to avoid by virtue of not doing the whole surgical option. But the surgical option is looking at the same end goal, basically not allowing them to reproduce. It's not that different
I'm
from
doubting that.
removing
That's
them
what I was-
outright. I guess
Yeah,
it's a
go
lot of
through.
people do see it as very different, but in my mind, it's not too big of a leap. Um,
I think it's going
yeah.
to be really hard to get rid of these animals.
Well, and I mean, hippos are difficult to tranquilize. It takes a lot of these meds. I don't know. I may be wrong, but I think it might be potentially deadly to try to tranquilize them. These drugs um, are possible to overdose on. I don't know how much it takes of what to put down a hippo, and I don't know if hunters in Colombia know how much it takes of whatever to put down a hippo. Um, you might end up with several accidental hippo deaths by overdose or deaths by medical complications in the process of trying to castrate them. So, um,
I found it
I,
funny when you said overdose the hippos, and the name of the article is named Cocaine Hippos.
yeah, yeah. If the hippos are coked up, it might take more tranquilizer to to put them down. Then, right?
They can
And then
take that like
I
nothing.
wonder if it takes more tranquilizer to put them down. That's part of what made the speedball so dangerous to overdose on back in the 90s. I remember there were several overdoses of celebrities um, from um, using heroin with cocaine together, and the
Speedball is
combination of the two, yeah,
heard
was
about.
is particularly euphoric. You're tickling two entirely different, very um, high producing um, pathways in the brain, but the heroin lasts longer. The duration of action for heroin is longer than it is for cocaine. So um, it's possible, and it happened a lot in the 90s. And people had taken a fatal overdose of heroin and they didn't know it until the cocaine wore off, and it was too late for them by then. I mean, back um, um, before the oh man, I want to call it nasal not nasal Suboxone. Is it
Mm.
Suboxone? The yeah,
I
the
know which one you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah. Um, yeah, back before that could reverse an opioid overdose. So, if they're tranquilizing hippos that have cocaine in their system and it takes longer than they expect to do that whatever medical procedure and then the cocaine wears off, they may have overdosed the hippos in their whole medical procedure without knowing it, because none of this stuff is anything anybody in the world has done before. By no means is any of it going to be an exact science. They're going to be just flying blind. However confident they might be talking in their releases, nobody's tranquilized and castrated hippos before, not in the wild, not like this. So, um, yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna read the article uh, about the cocaine hippos. No one casts a shadow over the history and legacy of Colombia quite on earth. Oh, quite like Pablo Escobar, once the most powerful drug trafficker and kingpin on earth. Escobar made billions shipping cocaine to the United States and Europe. In turn, He brought untold violence, chaos, and calamity to his native country of Colombia. All the money he made had to be spent in some way, so Escobar also built himself a private zoo at his hacienda. Though he was killed over 30 years ago, one surprise aspect of Escobar's legacy continues a problem in the jungles of Colombia: hippos. That's right, beyond the drug wars, assassinations, bombings, and bloodshed, one of the most enduring and unexpected shadows of Pablo Escobar's legacy is the sheer number of wild animals he trafficked into Colombia to staff his personal, uh, is it menagerie or menagerie?
Menagerie.
Menagerie. Um, okay, there's an N in there, but yeah, to
Yeah,
staff his
menagerie.
menagerie.
Yeah,
That's what it looks like.
yeah.
Okay, it says he trafficked into Colombia to staff his personal menagerie. Now, decades on, the hippos have reproduced and spread and begun causing problems in the Colombian jungle. To combat the problem, government and wildlife officials have been forced to adopt increasingly extreme tactics to stop the hippos from wreaking havoc. Let's learn more about Escobar's unwelcome hippos. We will discuss why they are breeding so quickly, what impact that it is having on the ecosystem, and what is being done to stop them. So there's another article here, and it's just like, yeah, and they have, I'll read some of it. Um, it says the amount of information out here about Pablo Escobar could fill a library of books. Most of it is true, some of it is legend, and the rest of it is outright lies. Yet, some simple facts remain. Pablo Emilio Escobar, I don't know his other last name, how to pronounce that, says was born on December 1st in 1949. Um, it says he was born in 1949, December 1st, in Rio Negro, and raised in Medellin. His early life was humble, and he fell into a life of petty crime as a teenager. This burgeoning career, um, yes, his career quickly evolved into a complex criminal enterprise. His first smuggling missions involved stolen stereo equipment, but soon Escobar transitioned to far more lucrative and dangerous commodity: powder cocaine. This switch marked a profound moment in not only history, but the global drug trade. Demand for cocaine in the United States was strong, and Escobar's Medellin cartel sought to satisfy it by industrializing the process of cocaine from leaf to powder. Escobar made billions of dollars and plenty of enemies. Indeed, at his peak, Escobar's cartel controlled an estimated 80% of the world's cocaine market. This made him a billionaire with a penchant for bloodshed. To maintain control of the drug trade and his cartel, Escobar engaged in a campaign of true terrorism: assassinations of government officials, bombings of airplanes, kidnappings, extortions, and more. Ultimately, this campaign resulted in deaths of thousands of people, both innocent and involved. By the mid 1980s, Escobar's cartel was bringing in an estimate 420 million a week. With so much cash on hand, Escobar had to spend it before it rotted or rats ate it. This resulted in many exorbitant, exorbitant purchases, not least of which was a personal zoo. Oh, not least of which was a personal zoo on one of his properties. This is where the Colombian hippos entered the story. Escobar spent millions of lavish purchases, including private zoo, full of exotic animals like elephants, zebras, giraffes, and kangaroos. After Colombia police and American agents shot Escobar dead in Medellin in 1993, people poured into his hacienda outside Doradao, a town about 10 miles west of Magdalena. these were looking. They were looking for guns and money, but these animals were there too. A few years later, the government seized the property. Officials eventually transferred most of the animals to domestic zoos. However, they considered the hippos too dangerous to move, so they just left them to their own devices. Mm. The small hippo population included three female hippos and one male hippo, which made it easy to repopulate. Right.
So wait, so three females and one male.
One
So
male.
they're even more inbred than I thought. They're all from one
They're
daddy.
all coming from one grandpa.
They're all step bros from the beginning, and then
Yes.
became cousins.
They're
Uh,
all step siblings of each other,
yeah.
which is hilarious because there's
So,
almost, they said there's like 200, how much they say, 200 now? Which
yeah,
is,
200.
oh,
So
yeah. 200
kind
company,
of,
How's
200
everyone
cousins.
doing? Oh,
hey, how are
Um,
you?
what did I step into? 200
you
cousins. No, I'm
stepped
good. How's everyone
into,
doing?
Yeah, we're
um,
talking about castrating hippos.
Okay.
you look like, all right, where's this coming from?
All right.
Yeah. So a little more context, I guess, might be helpful.
That's my area of expertise. Castrating hippos. Yeah.
Uh,
So we're talking about Pablo Escobar's hippos out in Colombia. And it turns out that so four of them escaped initially, three females and one male.
yes.
So yeah, we just found out only one male, so they're all like step brothers at some level, step siblings, cousins, everything. So they're all going to be super inbred, but
Hmm.
they're having a hell of a time dealing with them because they're ripping up, disrupting the entire native population. It's like
Yes.
everything, including a lot of endangered species. But um, there's a big pushback against hunting and removing them. Um, so they're trying to talk about a plan to go and surgically castrate the hippos
The
out in the
males.
wild.
So they
And
don't populate anymore. They
yeah,
said by 2040 there would be, I forgot the number I read
a
earlier.
thousand or
Yeah,
more.
1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, we were looking at the number here, wait, the hippo um conservate. I had the numbers up. Okay, so um but 2007 the animals had multiplied to 16 and were roaming the area. In early 2014 they were up to 40. In December 2019 they got to 90 to 120. Um, or where was it? Within a decade could reach up to 200 or more. So I guess we're at the 200 or more now. Um, and in 2023, their study revealed between 181 and 215. So it seems, I didn't plot them out, but it seems like exponential growth here. No natural predators and plenty of food. So yeah, um, what do we do about this? This is an ethical conundrum. I framed it as a kind of cleverly disguised trolley problem sort of thing. Do you go and remove the hippos? I was saying kill the hippos, um, basically. Um, make yourself actively responsible for the death of a population in the wild? Or by virtue of inaction, do you allow this invasive wild population to destroy the native environment? Because there's a lot of pushback there against going and hunting them at all. And
Yeah.
I can't see a castration program really being, well, it wouldn't be easy. I don't know. I don't know. So there we
I
go.
mean,
That's the broad strokes there. So what do you
I'm
think?
assuming this
This,
process is going to have to be in the zoo, though. I mean, in the forest. So
yeah, yeah,
that's
that's the
also going
thing.
to be,
How do
you're going
you
to have
get
to,
it?
Maintaining a balance in the wild is, yeah, that's difficult. But you say this is an invasive.
Yeah,
it was the
Pablo
four
Escobar
hippos.
brought
Oh, okay,
these
right, Pablo.
hippos in from Africa, brought them in over to a zoo in Colombia, and
Okay,
now four of them escaped in the process of uh, getting his estate and everything all,
okay, right.
you know. So
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I guess whatever. Hey,
It said that
since
it says he had llamas, cheetahs, lions, tigers, ostriches, kangaroos, uh, amongst other exotic animals. Uh, yeah. But the four hippos was the one that they could not move, so the hippos fled to the Medellin. Oh, Medellin, somewhere near the Medellin River. So I'm not sure where that is, but yeah, these animals
Medellin
went
is like
from
a
four
northern
to now
mountainous region
200.
of Colombia. So it's like really remote, really rural, not even like rural. It's like the mountains of Alaska rural. It's like, you know, the surrounding
there.
area. But then there's a city right there, Medellin, and a lot of it kind of built up around Escobar. He's widely supported there still. There are people who kind of have pictures of his up there because he basically bought the loyalty of the town around him, you know?
Yeah, he turned his house into a safari, so people could come and ride around in golf carts. Um,
Really? So
yes,
like for
But
like his like the town around him? Was it
yes,
okay?
yes,
So then I wonder if what we are calling a private menagerie zoo could arguably be called a, you know, local zoo, a town zoo,
yeah. It
right?
says he allowed local Colombians to come onto his property and do a safari in electric vehicles around the grounds. So this, of course, helped to make him a very popular figure among a lot of Colombians when he was just spreading the money around and sponsoring soccer clubs. And then this was part of the same scheme to establish roots to the community and make him a popular figure in his community as well. Yeah,
that's
this
very
guy,
typical of many mafiosos in the past.
having a
That
zoo sounds awesome.
they could, yeah, turn his compound into a zoo, just a big zoo or something, or
Sound like he did. That's what he did.
yeah,
But now they're talking about they need to castrate them to get them away, to get them to stop populating before they're over 1,015 and before 2040, they said. But they went, now they're of at least 200, it said. I have to scroll to the top of this article to see all that again. Oh,
Yeah,
easily
180 to
explained.
215 is what the Wikipedia article has from 2023 as their most recent numbers. But I don't know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. There's probably more recent data than that. Um,
Yeah.
quick side note, Kevin, here, I got a VNS question for you. Does it ever get itchy? Like,
I think when I first implanted, yeah, a little itchy.
I'm just itchy as heck right now, and yeah, I just need to stop thinking about it or something. But I don't know. Sorry. Thank you.
No, it's fine.
Um, and
No, never. It's never a problem. Just if you ever got any questions, it's fine. It's cool.
appreciate that.
Um, there's another
So
article
yeah,
here.
did we get around to resolving the hippos? Or are we just gonna move on? I don't know. Because
No.
I
I
feel
still got
like
something here. I mean, I still got my article up.
okay.
But yeah, basically, they just, like we said, they plan on combating it by castrating them, and that's all they're saying. It's just that's the plan.
But they shouldn't be there. It's not
Yeah.
their home. It's not the home for that species. And that's the
Over
ultimate problem.
33 years they've been there, and they've made that home. Several
Well,
were born there. They
Yeah.
started from 3 girls and 1 male, and now they're from 4 to above 200.
well,
So it's
33
home now.
years.
Now it's my uncles have been here for generations. My
I'm
grandpa's
talking
grandpa's grandpa. I don't know how
I'm
often
talking
hippos came here.
millions of years. Like, all the animals that were there
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
their fat butts,
Spectacled
came
caiman
there. Yeah.
and whatnot. All the fish species and the rivers and everything.
They could
Yeah.
They're
literally
gonna
be
take
I
up
like,
a
mean,
lot of
my
food.
uncle came here to make a better life. My uncle navigated through the Colombia to get here.
Mm.
My
yeah.
uncle literally immigrated
Hippos
to this.
came to Colombia to get a job in the zoo and then left out in the cold hanging after
Mm-mm.
yeah, I don't know. Uh, I mean, a problem that I have with the idea of the castration too is um, you're still leaving those animals in the environment to do all of their damage and disruption for the remainder of their life. Even if they don't reproduce, they're still going to be going back and destroying stuff and killing native species and everything. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's no surprise to anybody who's been listening that I would say go get them. Hunting program like Florida's in the Everglades with the pythons, I think is the best way to go and protect their environment. It's yeah, it's a precious thing, and those hippos don't belong there. Um,
What if it's like,
they
well,
shouldn't
yeah,
be
they don't
naming
belong
them. The
there.
townspeople around those hippo populations, they shouldn't be giving them names.
Yeah.
That's part
Um,
of why everybody's so up in arms about hunting the hippos. They killed one, and then people were all, that was Pepe. You guys killed Pepe. It's like, oh gosh, okay.
He was known in that community and well respected.
Yes, and an
for what?
upstanding member
He's a
of Hippo
hippo.
Society, father of 16.
Right. Yeah, he was very popular in his community. At this zoo, he was the tourist attraction. Wow, he probably was a tourist attraction, um, especially because they named him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mark was talking about how the hippos um, were of cocaine. of the cocaine region. And when he said that, my phone is like, I looked up hippos, and as soon as I put a C, it said hippos and cocaine. So I pulled that article up. It heard Mark talking, and of course, there was an article about Pablo Escobar. And yeah,
Well, actually, now that I think about it, your Gmail account is tied to the YouTube account that is currently streaming, right?
no,
No?
no, no.
The Zoom account? Well, the Zoom
Keep,
account had to be
I
tied.
got accounts. I got accounts.
Accounts split everywhere. Okay, so I don't know. Google, Google just knows. I don't know.
yeah.
Big Daddy Google, don't you feel safe? Nice and big
Uh,
warm hug there,
Sometimes,
Google. You know, we keep everything safe for you. Don't worry.
Oh,
Mm,
right?
they've been quite shoddy lately,
yeah.
Google.
Come
Have
again?
there
And not
been,
just recently, over the past, decade, 5 years, 10 years, I think their search results have been, you know, more not so precise
Hmm,
hmm,
than that.
in what way do you mean?
that's what I was
Like,
gonna say.
Well, they
because,
don't give you the thing that you want. They give you the thing that people pay for, because um
sponsored content up at the top before you get the actual
yeah,
like Boolean search
exactly.
results.
And once they catch your algorithm, they'll get that even more. They'll align that with you with yeah. And it just like you type in research on global warming in relation to meat processing, and it'll give you an ad for McDonald's or something. No, that's not even close, but
I mean, it's closer than it should be.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
You
I mean,
know,
yeah, I can actually see that happening, and I shouldn't be able to imagine this that easily. So, yeah. Um, okay. Yeah. Um, do you think that they're intentionally trying to shift trust in regular search results in order to push towards like AI bot um, activity, get
um,
more compute time, more commercials, whatever in front of you by um,
you remember?
having their Gemini results up top and start making them a little bit more relevant each month, a little bit more. I mean, to the point that now the AI Gemini AI overview up top is worth more to me than the sponsored search results that I have to scroll past. It seems
Uh,
it seems conspiratorial a little bit.
Remember when we looked up the article where I brought it up last week? I forgot what day last week, but they said that bots actually um, there's more bots than humans on the internet. And a new article. I read that
It
maybe at least last week, someday last week, and
it
yeah, I'll go back.
makes sense. Did we talk about it or because I
Yeah,
don't
we did.
remember really? I don't
I
remember
might have said
talking
something
about it.
about it. Probably wasn't a long conversation, but we talked about it. I can get it back and talk about it next week. Um,
Um,
but yeah, we're already outnumbered. There's no
I mean,
going back.
I feel like I recall hearing that bots were most of internet traffic way before all of this AI nonsense was a thing. I don't know. It feels like old news. Maybe I'm maybe I'm imagining, but
I,
yeah, Tech Radar says more than 95% of all AI driven traffic. Oh wait, no, that's not the headline. It was how much of internet traffic is AI bots. Bad
Um,
bots, malicious bots, data
yeah.
scraping, spamming, credential stuffing account for roughly 32 to 37% of all traffic. Wow. So a third of all internet traffic is malicious, scamming, spamming.
Mm.
I mean, yeah. High
I
levels
got
of
an article
malicious
on
bot
Strait.
traffic were concentrated in Ireland, Germany, and the US. Ireland was 71. More than two-thirds of internet traffic in Ireland is malicious bots. Germany, 67%.
Can't
So
believe
they're
that, right?
also two-thirds. The US is 35%, but industries, though,
hmm,
it's targeting a lot more industries, I think, than individuals. Financial services, travel, business services experience highest volumes of malicious bot traffic. Yeah, send the bots where the money is. Money's not here, not not me.
Right.
Uh,
Um, I think if they were to sign into my TV, though, I was thinking about the other day that my TV is actually connected to one of my cards, and yeah, for all my streaming services, it's connected to several different cards. Well, not
yeah,
several different
it's
cards, but several different subscriptions. My card is connected to. Um, yeah, I was
it's
thinking the other
possible
day. I got a
to
notification the other day telling me that it was pay time for HBO, I think it was, and then that's when I instantly started thinking. Now my card is connected to this TV, and what if they hack the TV? Which is possible. I seen an article about that too.
yeah, yeah,
If
I
they
was,
can
I was
watch us through our TVs, someone could be sitting there watching us uh, as we're watching TV. Very
yeah,
interesting. I had to bring that up for next week, but
yeah. Hell, I've got two cameras pointed at everything that happens in this room.
yeah,
So if they decide to use my TV as a starting point, they can, although those cameras, the TV isn't connected to any Wi-Fi signal, so those cameras would probably be the weak point. It's interesting though. I don't know if I mean this might be a little bit kind of side note, but there's it's even possible for certain groups, entities, and whatnot to use a smart TV as a listening device in itself, even without a camera or anything. If you believe um, uh, what's this, CIA whistleblower John Kirikow, um, he's made claims that the CIA is capable of listening in on people through their television. They use the speakers on the television as a microphone because essentially a speaker is a microphone in reverse in the most basic physics sense. It's not a very good microphone, but the movement of the speaker cone, vibrates a magnet inside of a coil, and that can send a small electric signal back through the wire so that they can breach the smart TV operating system. He says that it's possible to pull up and read an electrical signal through the speakers and pull that out through the internet connection and just listen to TVs, which is, I mean, not that anything I do is worth listening to. They
I
can
guess they're
just put
going
you in
after
here.
terrorists or something. I don't know. Someone they
I'm
think is
sorry?
a. I guess they're going after someone they might think is a, you know,
Terrorist.
terrorist that are in a band or something.
Yeah,
Enter the
yeah,
You know,
band.
if they have speakers, you know.
yeah.
Um,
Don't write any songs that, you know,
I
yeah.
guess yeah, their songs suck. Yeah. Wait. Never mind. That's stupid. Uh,
I got an article here, and it says it was about an election that was coming up. A candidate came up missing, and he's still on the ballot. Um, he still has his seat, and he could still win. Uh, and he is missing. So I had that, and I didn't know that was possible. I thought once you're like missing for so long, they'd be like, gonna
Yeah.
take you
Is
off.
this
But
yeah. I won't
I'll
if
read
we're
it.
good at switching topics, I'm interested in hearing that. I don't know if this has ever even happened in the past where a candidate for an election has passed away or is, I guess, not
Vanished.
even dead, right? Technically, passed missing. So they can't
Well, they,
say
they
he,
found his clothes, and they said he went swimming in the sea. They found his
okay,
clothes on the beach. So
swimming at sea, right? His clothes on the shore.
I'll read the
It's a little
article.
more sketchy than than the headline. Okay.
sounds like
Uh,
something out of X-Files or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll read the article here. It says, candidate who seemingly vanished at sea could win seat in New York elections. Hmm. A phone, clothes, and a towel belonging to a political candidate in the New York City suburbs were found in the sand of a Long Beach island in April. Petros Kro, uh, Kromidas. You guys, somebody has to pronounce this. I'm so sorry. Kromidas. Kromidas.
I
Don't know how
don't
to
know.
pronounce it, but we'll just call him
Yeah.
Petros and won't see his last name. Petros is believed to have gone for a night swim to train for a triathlon. It has been 5 months, and there still is no sign of the 29-year-old former Ivy League rower. Despite being a missing person, a state judge recently ordered that Petros, his name remains on the ballot for local office in Nassau County. When voting opened in New York general elections on Tuesday, Long Beach and other South Shore companies were faced with a curious choice: re-elect the Republican incumbent or the Democrat who seemingly vanished at sea. Yeah.
It's
Another
like
piece says candidates' final moments. The last post on Petros' page was for Nassau County Legislator Facebook page was on April 23rd. Petros had attended a monthly meeting for young Democrats and thanked them for being such a thoughtful, engaged group committed for making a different choice in our community. Um, about 10:30 p.m. that night, he would be seen for the last time, according to his family. He had parked his car at a Long Beach, where he frequently went to exercise after work. He has always been in great shape and was training for his triathlon. His mother, Maria, wrote in a Facebook post at the time. He was not a stranger to cold water training. His family reported him missing the following day, saying it was, in quote, completely out of character for him not to respond. In the days after his disappearance, family and friends joined the first responders in finding him and scouring scouring the Long Beach's broad of more than 4.8 kilometers long. The beach is located just east of New York City borough of Queens. After months of grueling search operations by police and divers, Mr. Petros has not been found and is presumed dead. Missing persons flyers with images of his youthful smiling face are tattered and faded but still visible on the telephone poles around Long Beach. Meanwhile, campaign signs for his opponent, Patrick, are displayed along fences along the main thoroughfares and on tidy residential lawns. Uh, so yeah, basically this guy Kevin. Oh no, you're in Philadelphia, not New York.
Well, let me just say this. I had a feeling it was going to be somewhere near New Jersey. I don't know. Yeah, it was just in my gut. It was like Philly or New Jersey or New York. Like this guy was going to go missing. A missing politician. That's Jersey, like
What's
Sopranos
what's
type stuff.
Yeah, New
what's
England.
everybody's thing against Jersey? Every time I talk to somebody, they're like, "Oh, that had to happen in Jersey," or "This is going on in Jersey."
I
What's up with
think,
the dislike for Jersey?
yeah,
It's a great state, but I don't know.
it's not New York City and it's not Philadelphia. So, it's not
And
that important.
It's
They got
not that
Atlantic
important.
City, and that's kind of, yeah.
Yeah, they got Atlantic
I don't,
City.
I don't know why everyone loves Washington so much. I don't know why they get so much praise.
Washington State or DC?
Oh, DC.
Oh,
Oh,
I mean, neoclassical marble monuments are kind of Smithsonian school. I could spend a week long trip in DC just living in the Smithsonian. But yeah, eh,
yeah.
there's too many weird angles for the intersections from all that esoteric like sacred geometry built into the city plan from the founding fathers. So I don't know, I like the Roman style, grids, numbers, avenues. It makes things nice and easy. But what's Philly's like layout? Is it kind of
Oh,
like,
we're a centralized city. Yeah, mostly. But the layout, I think, is I don't know.
was it just however it happened to grow
Yeah,
over the
I
years?
think I think it was just randomly put. Like we expanded from Center City and Northeast Philadelphia kind of blew up, you know, in 1945 as uh, everyone started getting rich, or not getting rich, but the baby
Post-war?
boomers started buying houses after the war. So a large section of the city developed. It was all woods and stuff, but it got cut down into a
Just
mall was put there.
appeared.
Yeah, yeah, it was this huge section, and yeah, overnight, pretty much.
Is that part of Philly proper, or is that kind of
Yeah,
just the metro area?
and there's West Philly and the oldest parts of the city, like Germantown, where the has the oldest abolitionist foundation in the country.
Oh, that's cool.
I went, yeah, yeah, that's very cool. I went to college right down the street from there, and
Really?
yeah,
That's really cool. I kind of I want
yeah,
to
it's
know
very
more about that.
fascinating. We got
Uh,
a bunch of great museums too. Well, if
bunch of,
you're
I'm
ever in
sorry,
the city,
bunch of
visit the Mutter Museum. M- always pronounce
Hold
it
on.
wrong.
Let me, I don't,
Muteer.
hold on. Let me get,
Muter.
I don't have anything to write. Let me pull up my note program thing. I want to just, because,
But
Um,
there's tons of other great museums. I mean,
okay, now I'm ready. Tetter, you said
Muetter.
Mun,
MUE.
Muenttr, Tter.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to spell it.
Why is this so hard for me?
Muetter.
Okay. I don't know where I was
Muter.
pulling an N. Oh, I know
Yeah.
where I was pulling. The N was coming out of my ass. That's where it was. Muetter. Is that correct?
Uh,
M-
yeah.
Yes. It takes three epileptics 5 minutes to put one word together.
Yes. Well, hey, we succeeded, it seems.
We got it.
You can't hold us down. We did it.
Yeah. Right
All it took
there.
was 2 minutes.
I put it right down in the
Oh, it's
chat.
got the umlaut, the German umlaut. Mütter.
Yeah, it's yeah.
That's what I
Yeah.
said, but I didn't use the accident. I pronounced it like that.
Mütter.
Yeah,
I don't know.
muter is what I called it. Um, I
Okay.
still got some
Cool.
stuff on this local Democrat coming up missing. I was going to read the rest of it.
Yeah.
Another piece of the article says bids for new candidate denied. Local Democrats local Democrats attempted to field a replacement to run for the seat in the Nassau County legislature, but two Republican voters took them to court and won. A missing person status does not qualify as a vacancy. Judge Gary Noble said in September ruling. He noted that someone needed to be missing for at least 3 years to be legally declared dead. Wow. And because Mr. Petros had already been selected as a party's nominee, he was required by law to be the candidate. Initially, some Democrats accused their rivals of trying to keep him there for political advantage. Nassau County's Young Democrats wrote on a Facebook post that forcing their end quote missing friend to stay on the ballot is frankly ghoulish. And Mr. Petros' family and supporters have since been encouraging voters to cast their ballots for the young candidate to honor his memory. If you're end quote, if you're in District 4, vote for your amazing brother Petros, who was and would have continued to be an incredible leader for our community, his sister said. James Hodge, a Long Beach resident who worked for and with Petros at a Nassau County Board of Elections, had been tapped by Democrats to run in his place. He hoped that a win for Petros would trigger a special election in which Democrats could put forward another candidate. We need to stand by and honor his name and memory, Mr. Hodge told the Associated Press. Let's give him that victory. It's the only right thing to do. Mr. Petro's situation is not entirely unfamiliar. Dennis Hoffman, owner of Nevada's brothel featured in HBO's Cat House documentary series, died weeks before the 2018 election, but still captured a seat in the state legislature. In 2020, North Dakota legislative candidate David Andow died from COVID-19 the month before the election and still won. And in 2022, Pennsylvania State Representative Anthony DeLuca won re-election after dying from lymphoma a month prior. Oh, so this isn't a new thing. They're just throwing people on the
Mhm.
ballot that are dead.
Well, those were all dead, though. This guy's not declared dead.
Yeah, it's
So
actually in
what
medicine.
happened with those people when they were actually definitely dead? is going to be different from what happens here. Like if he gets elected, he's not going to be immediately like dead. Like, is he going to be serving in office, missing in action? Is he
That's
going to
a
have?
fascinating thing. I mean, the only
I
job in the country where you don't have to show up, you don't have to vote. Technically, you don't even have to know how to read to be in Congress. You just,
Yeah,
well, what does
he
Congress
could
do?
he could be a bartender and just, you know, decide one day I'm going to run
Right.
and
I mean, you just
and
have
then
to be a certain age and
yeah.
you don't even have to be alive.
it's I find that insane. Like
But all
you
of those
can
other people, when they, as soon as they got elected, didn't they have to go and have a runoff election and find a replacement for the definitely not alive anymore candidate? Isn't that the
um
way it goes if somebody dies in office?
do you think they just like if he wins, then he might come back. Then he might just be like, all right, well, there's a reason to
Oh.
swim inland.
Oh,
He
I mean,
swam
I think
out to
Petros
like
is,
That sea.
some offshore like oil refinery platform, something out there that's keeping him like hidden but updated, and he'll come back in this big dramatic helicopter re-entry and walk out and I have won this election,
Right.
thanks
Walk out in
to
swim trunks.
your resolution, your belief in me.
mm,
um yeah, it's not like that
yeah,
would go to somebody's head too.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I
Like you
don't
still
know.
won. You might as well go back. Why live on this island in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah. um yeah,
Petros,
North Atlantic
Spanakopita.
is not a nice offshore area either. So um, it wouldn't, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Uh,
That yeah, he had to
you
be
wanted to
such a
talk
strong
about
swimmer though. I can't, if he was on the rowing crew, if he was training for a triathlon, he's not, I don't know. He's not gonna just disappear swimming unless he is really in big trouble. And you know, I don't know. I
That's
don't think he's
that,
alive.
yeah, neither do I. But yeah, that's a big
does this
problem
every
with
day? They said,
strong swimmers. They think they can fight the waters, but those are
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. People like me who grew up swimming as early as they were walking feel like, oh, I can do this. No big deal. Um, yeah. And then when you add on like all the training and competition and everything, yeah, I think he probably just was training, went out, thought he thought he could handle anything. I don't know what the conditions were like when he went out, if it was any more dangerous than it might have been any other time. Uh,
they said he
but
usually did swimming at night, so that's why they were curious to why he's not back because he does this. This is something he does. They said
yeah,
his family said
Night swimming.
yeah,
night swimming.
that's why I don't think he's alive. I mean, we haven't found his body because there's sharks offshore. Um, if he, yeah, if he drowned, he didn't make it, and his body was swept further out, he's shark poo by now. And other miscellaneous sea
Unknown
creatures.
subroutines.
Yeah, not to be particularly morbid, but this is I don't know. I feel bad for his family having to deal with all of this.
Right.
Um, but I guess they would deal with the 3 years before he could be declared legally dead either way. They've just got the whole election on top of it to drag them in through the news. I don't know. But
Yeah,
if the
I'm thinking
incumbent
maybe
was a Republican and this guy was a Democrat, do you think this might be enough to get Democrat voters out to just vote for their missing guy just to, just to spite? Do you think
that's
people will want to see what happens when you elect a guy who's missing and even if it ousts a Republican guy?
yeah, that's where they were saying that they think it's gonna. Well, some people were saying that they think that's gonna. They're forcing people to not be able to put another candidate. So it's going to basically force them to pick somebody um, or pick the person that's gone. And then another article said, let's just give him the victory. It's the right thing to do. Um, we need to stand by and honor his name and memory. Uh, yeah, but they can't take him away from the ballot and put someone else because the other two Republican candidates, what'd they say? They voted
Other
against
two
it basically.
Republican?
They
So did
voted
he have
against
to
it
have
and
a
they
running
won.
mate?
Say that again.
You said the other two Republican candidates. So does that mean that the Democrat guy, did he have to have a running mate? Would there be
I'm
somebody who
not.
would take over in case of his, like in this case, from the outset, in case of his absence?
Um, there's a lot not said here.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know. I've always assumed there was some sort of subordinate in these sort of situations, but some kind of fail safe, some kind of something. But whatever.
Yeah. It's
it
not
says,
everything has a failsafe, it seems,
Mm, yeah.
Um, it's, not a big shock that the founding fathers couldn't foresee everything, but
But this one seems like so obvious. He's a dead dude. You can't like
yeah,
just
yeah, the others were actually dead. They were actually proven dead. Well, not
yeah,
that's
like
not funny.
I
Yeah,
know
one died from COVID a month before, and he still won. In Pennsylvania, Anthony DeLuca won re-election after dying from lymphoma months prior. So I guess even if you're dead, you can win. So just because you're missing, we don't want to take you off the ballot. You can still win. And I'm not knowing how this is. I don't see how that's going to help people electing someone who
yeah. But if
he
this
must have
guy
a
can't
running
even
mate.
be declared dead for another 3 years, then this is going to be a different question, you know? If those people had running mates or whatever, and people who could come and take in the role or take on the role that they were elected to, um, this guy's not dead. There's that legal mechanism. Does it even apply in this case? I don't.
You do you
If
think
it
maybe
if
since he
it's
was
meant
a
for
Democrat,
a
there was some Republicans?
congressman,
so
I'm sorry.
that's when I came back to the fact that you have to show up for your job or else you get fired.
Yeah.
Like everyone else does. If you like,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you only show up for work one day a week, you know, they're gonna fire you. But this guy's MIA 100%. A lot of politicians because of their health, um, they're like 80 years old, and
Yeah.
it,
So
Yeah,
yeah, I guess technically you're saying that if you get elected, you could just do nothing but collect a paycheck and never show up and still be serving the role as outlined by the Constitution.
I didn't know that. I thought you didn't get paid to be president.
Yeah,
hmm,
there's a salary. There's you get paid. Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
okay. don't know where I read that
Congress people too. There's, but it's modest compared to what a lot of these people actually live on. So there are lucrative opportunities that come to people as a result of being in these positions, but the positions themselves are not particularly lucrative. You don't make a fortune from the salary allotted to the President of the United States or to a congressperson or to a senator. It's all the people who want favors from you that really pay off.
Mm.
God, this political system is,
I know it's a headache.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys heard about your president about that what did he do in Iran? There was something on the news this morning. I
What
just
did he
walked
not
past.
do in Iran? He didn't nuke them. That's
Where
that's
do
Yeah,
we
one
start?
thing. But what
I
else?
kept walking past the TV when I seen it. I was just like, yeah, not today.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
should have actually looked
Kevin,
at it. Now we're here.
yeah. Kevin, we were on the Zoom meeting last night. And I don't know. I was paying attention as the deadline was coming up. I don't know. Were you watching that 8:30 thing
Oh yeah,
coming up? And yeah, on CNN, I saw president, agrees to ceasefire. And then 10 minutes later, Israel agrees to ceasefire. And then 10 minutes after the deadline, they see Iran agrees to ceasefire. And it's just like, oh my God. I actually literally breathed a big sigh of relief. I realized what was happening at the end. Just like, oh my gosh, I am actually sighing. Um, what are
I don't
your
know.
thoughts on that?
I
That
wasn't that
Israel,
nervous.
no, you
No,
didn't think it was a big deal?
I was gonna ask
Iran
that.
declared victory against the U.S. What do you think about that?
and we declared victory against them. I know we're
I
Well,
was gonna ask like
I mean, we've
would
been
that
declaring
ever
victory against Iran ever since we decided we're going to bomb them. So I
we,
don't know, but
do you
we
ever think
I
that
declared
that
I don't
victory
could
know.
last
bring a
June when
problem?
we
I
bombed
give
them.
them some credit. I think there's something to be said. It's not unfounded for them to declare victory because we came to the table. We we needed the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened. There was political pressure from all of our allies. Um, it's
But
it's it.
here's the
I,
problem: it was already open a month ago.
I'm sorry, you're saying it was already open
Yes, there was no problem. It was
That's not
o-
what
oil was flowing a month ago,
a month
and
ago.
then he had to start a problem, and then they shut it. And
Like
it's
6 weeks ago.
he started the fire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Wait,
what was
wait, he started that? I thought they started that. They shot first,
Well,
correct?
he kept
we
it
shot
burning,
first, and then their response was, "Okay, we're gonna just bomb all these stuff, and you're not getting any tankers through." Was what I thought. I'm
right?
sorry, I jumped in, Kevin.
No, no,
I'm
that's
trying to
self-defense.
I'm trying to
You're fine,
give
dude.
you more
You're
space
fine.
to talk lately.
You're good. I mean,
He's like
it,
3 hours late on his meds, so he's
Yeah,
bouncing back.
yeah, danger zone this morning, so
yeah.
I
And I
took a
lost my
nap
meds
and
this morning, so I was just all
oh
over the
Oh
place. So
man, everyone's gonna be post-ictal.
yeah,
no, no,
so
no. I was good. I found them. So I was just
well,
All
I had to
right.
reload and
just me then in the danger zone. Watch out if I
all right, well,
start.
we'll keep an eye out for you.
Thank you.
Hold
Thank you.
on.
Oh,
There's a comment here
oh,
from Jim. It says, honestly, as soon as I saw his tweet with the F bomb, with the F-bomb in it. I told a friend, I wish I had enough money to make a bet that it'll change in 2 weeks. You agree,
What
Mark?
will change?
Believe what was said about the ceasefire for 2 weeks. What do you think is going to
I'm
happen in
sorry.
2 weeks?
I am not certain that I understand the question being posed there. Could you reread it?
There wasn't a question. When we were talking, a comment was posted and it says, honestly, as soon as I saw his tweet with the F-bomb in it, I told a friend, I wish I had enough money to make a bet that it'll change in 2 weeks.
Okay. Okay. So as soon as Trump tweeted dropping the F-bomb,
Mm. It was
okay, I need to figure out what was the tweet that he dropped the F-bomb, or was it just by virtue of him dropping the F-bomb that
It says
what was
kind of
this?
a reference to how often he used in 2 weeks, in quote, in 2 weeks.
May I read the tweet I think he's referring to?
Please,
Go ahead.
please. Yeah.
A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people. Someone goes, he says, praise Allah. They
Yeah.
left that
I
out.
don't I
He
didn't hear
definitely,
an F-bomb there. If I did, I missed it. But
okay, maybe
I
I think I
get
read the
the
wrong tweet, but that
well
was the
that
day of.
yeah, there's probably similar sentiment, similar time frame.
Um,
So, same statements, just phrased differently. But yeah, it's uh,
Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button,
he
subscribe, comment,
writes,
yeah.
comment
Ask the
with us.
commenter if they know the link to that tweet that they were talking about, if they could help us find it, let us know. That would be helpful. I would like to address the actual specific point that they wanted to raise. I think that's important. Um, you know, we
All
want
right.
to talk
If they
about
send
what
me,
you guys want to talk about. If you ask a question, I want to
um,
work to make sure I know what or was there a question? I don't know. I want to make sure I understand what you're sharing with us, what you're, whether you're agreeing or whether you're um, trying to raise a different point, you know, listener
Jim,
engagement.
if you do hear this, we might need some info or some input of yours. If you guys have anything to say, we are getting the
Oh, wait,
reactions from you guys and
profanity
answering
laden.
questions. We need some help or want some help, not need. But yeah, do you guys ever think that
Trump marks
what's
Easter
happening,
with social media F-bomb. Is that the?
I
Mark, do
can't
you
find
think
it.
anything that's happening in Iran will bring problems to America?
I'm sorry. The Do you think any of the problems in Iran will bring problems to America?
Yes.
Was that the question?
Yes. Do you think this could cause problems on American soil?
I mean, yeah,
Okay.
I don't think, I mean, America is not an island. You know, we exist in a global economy. So I think it's it would be naive to think that um this crisis, the Strait of Hormuz being closed would have no impact on the United States, even if we can continue on with less disruption than a lot of the European countries. Um, there's a major issue with the petrochemical companies that gets overlooked a lot. A lot of people hear about oil and they think, oh, just gas and cars and, natural gas and energy and electricity and stuff. But petrochemicals, the oil petrochemical industry is responsible for the production of a vast amount of the global um, agricultural fertilizers. Um, the food supply of the planet is critically dependent on a continuous supply of fertilizers from the Gulf region. Um, so a longer term shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz could very easily turn into, um, especially if it goes on longer and longer, if it's a years long, 2 years long shutdown, I mean, we're talking the potential for a global famine. And America is a bit more protected because we've got some energy reserves here. We just, messed with Venezuela over there, and we might be able to mess with them a bit more if they don't want to share their toys. Um, but um, yeah, gas prices go up probably. I mean, gas prices dropped after the announcement of the Strait of Hormuz reopening. Um, but agriculture, I think, is a bigger thing. I think that electricity is nice. Food is critical. And, you know, I heard an expert, I forget his name, the podcast Diary of a CEO. He's a very, very well respected podcaster, and he's got really top tier experts in their fields. And this expert was talking about the potential for a global famine from this particular event. And he's saying that um, currently the world supports like 6 to 7 billion people um, because of this inflation of our agricultural output by these high concentration fertilizers. Um, Without the petrochemical industry to assist, the world could probably only produce a population of about 1 million people. Um, so if that shuts down permanently, long term, that means 1 in 7 will not, 1 in 7 will have enough food, or everybody's going to be malnourished and just dying. And I don't think the wealthy people are gonna allow themselves to be anything but that 1 in 7 who don't have enough food. So, um, crazy repercussions that just don't enter into um the mind.
Um,
I wouldn't have thought of that until I saw that video yesterday, you know? It's
there's a comment from Jim. It says, "My bad. It was a truth post from Sunday. It was on Truth Social instead of being on Twitter. But he did say tweet, but he did say my bad because he said tweet, and I never been on Truth Social to know even what it looks like."
yeah.
I'm on the not sure which one he's referring to, but and Mr. Trump does tweet a lot, and I think I can't comment on which one because they all have their different flavor, and yeah, yeah, you're right. I did see in the news about the shortage of upcoming shortage of fertilizers, and it is such a delicate balance, and just for one little wrench into all this mechanism that makes the world work. Mm, yeah, I don't know. Do you think food will run out that quick? I mean, that's I don't know. Do you
I
think the
think it
concept of
could.
food running out? I don't know how fast would food would run out. I mean, it's only when saying only 1/5 of the world's oil, but I understand where,
20% of, you know,
yeah,
of
it's a lot.
what we use to produce our electricity and energy resources being as critical as they are right now. That's a big chunk, you
That means
know.
we'll have to make a lot of cuts in energy.
Mm.
And I mean, that means AI servers, a lot of a lot of other stuff. We might,
Oh no, fewer AI servers? Tell me
but
that's not true. Please.
yeah, they use up as much
Don't take
power
our
as a
AI.
city every day. Yeah,
Yeah.
that but who's going to tell them to shut down, right?
The Nuclear Power Commission, because they can't get enough nuclear plants up to run all of this stuff.
Mm.
But
Um,
The EPA might, I don't know, the EPA is probably going to allow enough gas turbines to come up and bring all of this, feed all of this. I don't know. I need to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm still listening if you guys have something. But I want to talk about the gas turbines
Yeah.
with the power systems before moving on.
I guess
okay.
that's another tough balance is the legislature being able to regulate these upcoming. I don't want to get back into a bunch of AI, but yeah, they
Hey, if we have to,
that's no, I want to get back into Iran really quick, because that was the deadline last night, 8 o'clock, or he literally said, "We will destroy your civilization."
I also seen something that said he could be committing war crimes by, uh,
Yes.
I think they said killing citizens, right, of that place.
Y yes.
What's the quote?
I think the war crimes would be destroying infrastructure, killing, and therefore killing citizens. You cannot, in a war, you cannot attack things like buildings, uh, hospitals, etc.
They call that terrorism, right?
A little different, and I guess that's um, if a well-armed military attacks a country, um,
Well, I'm
I
just
don't know
thinking of it.
anymore.
I'm just thinking of it like the World Trade Centers. That was terrorism when they hit it with the plane. Uh,
Yeah, and now
and
that country is helping us out in this war. the country who attacked us there is helping
The
us
only
out.
thing that the only thing
Well,
that kept coming to mind is how is that going to create a problem for here, meaning like someone coming to America, U.S. grounds, like coming here. How is that going to make a problem for here, and when do you think that might happen?
Okay, well, as far as categories of problems, a literal attack by Iran on U.S. soil, very small, I think, but always possible. But
well,
I think the
literal
biggest,
literal attack by Iran. By that, do you mean like a military strike by the Iranian Revolution or the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps? Or are you
Um,
talking some, you know, Iranian funded, trained um, group of like three or four individuals who cook up a pressure cooker bomb in a basement and, or like the I don't know,
either
there's
there
one,
was nothing,
forms of
there's nothing like that,
radicalization
Mark.
that have been um oh, I'm sorry.
Anything
So what
you
yeah,
can put
that's what
together, I am not thinking that you thought way ahead of what I was thinking. I
I,
was just thinking about attacking America. Mark, you got in detail.
I
Um,
mean, yeah, I mean, once again, anything is possible, but I don't think that's a big threat. Uh, I see more a threat of cyber attacks. Those happen every day. I've
and
been,
we hit them with Stuxnet, so they
yeah,
got a grudge.
huh.
mm,
Yeah. I don't know. Quick, just 1 2 minute outline. I don't know, Pookie, if you are aware of the Stuxnet attack, but there was a I think it was an NSA. I don't recall if it was NSA or CIA, but I think it was a joint operation developed with the Israeli Mossad agency, which is Israel's version of the CIA, and it put together this software. I mean, it's like the most advanced piece of malware that um, had been discovered to date, but it was meant to um, uh, interface with these industrial control systems, particularly industrial control systems that were produced by Siemens AG. Um, and those control systems were used by um, the uranium centrifuges that Iran was using to refine the uranium up to get it to, nuclear bomb grade enriched uranium. And the Stuxnet virus, once it got in, I mean, there was a whole bunch of complicated stuff that it was able to do that really is far beyond the capability of almost any other um, program up to that point. But it basically it took a control signal going into the the software, and it just changed the data that was being fed by that sensor, and that incorrect data had the control system make the centrifuge spin faster and faster and faster. And this sensor was saying, no, it's not spinning fast enough. And it spun these centrifuges up so fast that they basically blew themselves apart. So with a piece of software that was able to get into the Iranian nuclear program, um, they were able to basically make the enrichment program self-destruct. Um, and that was a big eye-opening for a lot of people all over, not just in Iran, but a lot of people. What is actually possible? What, you know, uh, American, Israeli um, intelligence agencies are capable of. Um, I wonder, I kind of,
Very interesting. If they are still using malware, I don't know if they are against any sort of infrastructure or such, any sort of building or something to deny, uh, let's say, their military arms uh, to deny that crossing. Is that would that be considered any sort of war crime?
I'm
Because
sorry, I lost the plot somewhere in that question.
I think I'm not 100% sure on this. I think attacking a country's infrastructure is considered a war crime. I'm going to look that up really quick. But
Aren't they
um,
already like shooting at power plants and stuff?
well, that's different because they might be using the power plants for um, a nuclear power plant. If they're using a nuclear power plant that might be used to enrich uranium
Every
or
every time I see a video, it has like the bombings. They're bombing places that have satellites and shit. Um, yeah, looks like places they're storing something, and America's shooting at it. What exactly are we targeting when we shoot at them? Because I've
right.
seen them shoot at.
No, it
Is it
doesn't. I don't know. From this overview I'm seeing of the, layout of the Geneva Conventions and war crimes and stuff, it does not look like attacking a nation's infrastructure actually is a war crime. Um, Key classifications. So violations against persons, the willful killing, torture, inhumane treatment, including biological experiments on individuals, and causing great suffering. Then attacks on protected targets. Uh, those include intentionally attacking against civilians, aid workers, peacekeepers, or civilian infrastructure, such as home schools or hospitals, that are not military objectives. Um, a property destruction and looting. So the extensive destruction and application and appropriation of property not justified by military necessity. Sexual violence explains itself. Illegal warfare methods, including forbidden weapons, employing perfidy, or feigning surrender or protected status in order to kill, and ordering that no survivors be left, or no quarter. Illegal transfers, including unlawful deportation, transfer, or confinement of protected persons, and conscriptions, and forcing children under the age of 15 to participate in armed forces. Um,
Mm,
War crimes
okay,
versus crimes against humanity. So that might be something. May not be a war crime, but it may be a crime against humanity, if that's what you're thinking, what you're talking about, what you're going for with the bombing of power plants and bridges and stuff. But it's
what
difficult.
I did see
Yeah.
was key aspects of infrastructure and war crimes. You can't attack let's say, civilian infrastructure. So
Ooh,
anything that, such as power plants, water treatment facilities, bridges, and food supplies. Yeah.
Well, bridges are a gray area because there's always an easy argument to say that bridges are a valid military target to prevent the movement of equipment and military personnel from one area to another. Um, Power plants also, um,
What about
yeah,
water treatment? People need water.
yeah, water treatment, intentionally targeting water treatment plants versus collateral damage is a question. I don't know if I've heard of any intentional targeting of water treatment plants in this conflict.
Desalination plants have been blown up.
Okay,
so uh,
enough to wait. Desalination plants where?
In
What
Iran.
desalination plants?
I don't know their names.
Well, no, because Iran has lashed out with their drones in the initial phases of the war. They attacked a lot of infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, and their neighbors across the Persian Gulf, destroying oil refineries in Qatar. They destroyed a hotel in UAE, I think. They destroyed a civilian airfield. Um, those are war crimes being committed by Iran, like definitely crimes by the Geneva Convention. I'm just wondering if the desalination plant that you're mentioning was on the Saudi side of the Gulf or on the Iranian side of the Gulf, because that's a very important distinction. If it's on the
The Iranian
Iranian
side.
side, then we did it. If it's on the Saudi side, then that's another Iranian war crime. Um, that was my only reason for asking, not to challenge that
I know. I'm
desalination
just
plants are
saying.
not being attacked. So, um,
I'm saying the bottom line is that Iran was the country that was attacked, and their infrastructure is being attacked. So either the president should put in troops to attack the military as opposed to the civilians. There's a difference there.
Iran was the nation that attacked, but Iran was the nation pulling the strings as a puppet, Hezbollah, that's been repeatedly attacking Israel over and over and over again for decades. Um, Iran
Irrelevant.
was the puppet master behind Hamas and a major material support um, behind their October 7th initiation of the war in Gaza. Um, these are militant attacks by proxies, so there's plausible deniability, but everybody knows that it's Iran who's the one behind
Yes, these
those
are
attacks.
facts, but they're
So
irrelevant facts.
those are attacks by Iran for years and years and years, and now there's a
But they're
response.
irrelevant
There's
because
a
you're
response,
invading
not an
when you
attack
declare
on
war on
a
a country,
nation that is innocent.
when
Sorry,
you declare war on a
I
country, you are subject to the Geneva Convention.
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of your.
It's I'm saying all of that, Palestine, Gaza stuff is it's irrelevant to the fact because now we are in a war with Iran. So we are subject to the Geneva Convention with
Yes, and
Iran.
as we just laid out, though, the attacks. None of what I read as war crimes by the Geneva Convention have been committed by the U.S. Everything seems to be from the Iranian side of the Persian Gulf, attacking the civilian infrastructure. I mean, those oil refineries in Qatar, those are major problems. It's not a simple, okay, plug a couple pipelines back together and you're off. It's going to be a decade before those refineries are up and running again. And oil, another thing, oil isn't just oil. The stuff that you pump out of the ground in Venezuela is like thick and sticky like tar. The oil that comes out of the ground in Texas is like it flows like water. It's juicy. They need refineries bespoke to the nature of the crude oil being pulled from them. So Qatar was meant for Persian Gulf, Saudi, you know, that area's resources. You can't just pull the oil out of the ground over there and boat it over to a refinery in I don't know, Texas. Aren't there a lot
Okay.
of
All right.
petrochemical plants in New Jersey?
All right.
So these are
Right.
Let me
these are
ask you a
big
question
things.
about this though. Prior to February 28th, was Iran bombing anyone?
Not that I've heard of.
I mean,
I
they've
didn't
been
hear of the
prior
bombings
to January
mostly
28th,
until
they were providing significant military um, support to Hezbollah.
Hmm. Hmm.
someone says in the comments, it says, I think it was found to be the U.S. that dropped on the school if Israel is 100% responsible for the bridge.
Yeah, Israel has also claimed responsibility for the collateral damage of the synagogue in Tehran, which is particularly noteworty. The Israelis destroying a synagogue and claiming
Yeah,
responsibility for it. That's a pretty that's I mean,
I heard about the school,
mm,
and that's what I would thought had started it as well. And then I heard another reason you had. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
And
the
it's,
school with the girl school, right?
I would assume. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think it was an all girls school. Not 100%, can't remember, but that's what I think. You know how this epilepsy memory goes. But yeah, that's
You
rough.
don't see Muslims and Jews working on much together in the Middle East, but Saudi Arabia and Israel are attacking this country.
I'm pretty
They struck
sure those
first.
those are war crimes. That's a comment.
And actually Saudi Arabia committed a war crime against us. So I
what?
mean, they did. The 9/11 Commission concluded that Saudi Arabia committed 9/11.
The the nation state, the Saudi
The
royal
Saudis were
ruling
behind
family.
9/11. Yes.
Well, I mean, the Wahhabi
They funded it.
Bin Laden was kicked out of Saudi Arabia because he was too extreme. They did not like his flavor of all of this stuff. I don't know. I need to read the 9/11 report, I guess. I've been reading the 9/11 or not the 9. I've been reading Bin Laden's essays and polemics against the United States, and that's not coming from the Saudi government. That's coming from a single individual who has a big beef with the Saudi government. Like he is
There's a
not
comment
tied
here.
to them. So if the 9/11 Commission claims the Saudi government was responsible for 9/11 and then went after bin Laden, like I don't think
Um,
the 9/11
But
Commission
but but by your
started.
logic,
hold on.
okay.
Someone just said, and Saudi was, and yes, Saudi was responsible. So, um, yeah, Mark says it wasn't.
A
Kevin
Saudi
says it was.
prince was, but that doesn't mean that Saudi Arabia was.
I suppose they didn't do much to stop him, though.
I'm sorry, they're what?
They didn't do much to stop him.
Well, Sharia law. I mean, it's honestly he was yeah. I don't know. If you read the Quran, if you read all of the citations, the exegesis and everything, he was acting in full accordance with everything, you know. He had yeah. It's it it's like a master's thesis with all of these notes and you know, this scholar said this, pulled this out of there, this hadith, the prophet did this, and I mean, it's an extremely legalistic religion. It's like you have to be a lawyer to be an imam. Um, but
Um,
um, hmm.
there, Kevin, you got something? Because I got another article here, but it's about climate
Uh,
control.
Anything else on the Iran war is I don't know where it's going. I don't know why we're still there, and it was an ill-advised mission in the first place. The generals did not want to do this. This is according to the New York Times.
Yeah.
They were weary about it, but they said nothing. And this is the result of Trump purging all of the competent people that always worked in the Defense Department. So no one said anything. No one stood up and said, "Mr. Trump, this is a bad idea to go over there." It was groupthink, and because no one wanted to get fired. All right.
When Israel was doing it, and I don't think that Trump could let Israel do it alone. I don't think that we made the decision. I think that it was a decision that was kind of necessitated by the nature of our alliance with Israel. Um, I don't know. I don't. I think the world would be a better place without the um, Iranian regime, um, without the Islamic Republic Guard Corps. Um, if we were somehow able to rewind back to the Shah of Iran and just kind of keep him in power and everything um, that was working off a lot better for the people of Iran at the time. Um, Even if a lot of people in the West, well, not necessarily even all of the West, but in the United States find the idea of a monarchy to be distasteful, you know. I don't think that it's necessarily always bad. I don't know.
I would agree with you there. sort of. It's like I understand you're a theocracy, but can you just not be so insane? Could you just bring it down a little bit?
Yeah.
Right. Could you not force the women to, you know, be second class citizens? Could you not, uh, could you just, yeah, just not, right. And I think, right, uh, not so much extremism. I know that's really oversimplified what I just said, uh, but
The history
that's,
of the area is absolutely fascinating, though. Just a
mhm.
quick little fun fact. I don't know if you guys have realized the history of the assassins or Hashashins um, traces back to that particular area. Um, the established an empire across the Iranian region that they ruled was very, I mean, it was, yeah, it was crazy the way that they took over with just kind of very minimal bloodshed, just kind of slipped in and a few, a few strategic kills. But it came about because they were um, Shia, and the vast majority of the Muslim caliphate at the time was Sunni. So they believed that they were the true Muslims and that all of the rest of them were apostates because they believed that Muhammad's true lineage, that he passed down his success for or his succession to his nephew, um, whereas the mainstream Islam views that his succession was determined by group consensus through, through this other line of four caliphs before it kind of got overturned. So there's two very fundamentally different belief systems and two completely different leaders behind them. And the Shia ended up being extremely persecuted by the vast majority of the Muslims because of that fact. They were viewed as apostate. Both sides viewed each other as apostates, but the Shia were forced out of Arabia by virtue of persecution and went up over into the area and a lot of Persia. What was Persia at the time ended up converting or um, being converted, so to speak. Converting at the end of a sword when you're given the option, convert or die. Is that really a conversion? I
Oh,
don't know.
I
But
assume it's how they
uh,
got most of their followers in the beginning.
yep,
But
yep. And then there's the principle of you you leave Islam and the penalty is death. So yeah,
mhm.
convert or die, leave and you die. And those two laws combined together, even the initial like scholars of Islam back in the 6th, 7th century had commented that without the death for apostasy, Islam would have died out in the first century of its existence. It's only because they kill people
Still
who
here.
try to leave that the religion ever lasted 1,500 years, 1,400.
Strength in numbers. That's what they do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They're encouraged to
Okay, spell sit that.
populate,
Write the numbers.
reproduce. The only reason that Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world is because they are outbreeding all other religions. They have more babies per married couple than any other demographic. There's actually more people leaving Islam than any other religion too. So, um,
And that's interesting. People are also leaving the Middle East because of these wars, and they're going into Europe, and by extension, kind of like the US. People are mad about immigration, and they're mad about the emigration from other countries into Europe. They don't like a lot of the Islamic views because Europeans are actually, I don't want to paint them all as this, but they just don't agree with the Islamic views. If you're watching this and you're European, you can certainly correct
or,
me. Um,
or
Throw
Muslim.
in there your opinion.
Yeah.
um, but yeah, they let like we've talked about before. What is it, Denmark or Norway? Yeah, but they all have strict immigration laws. France does not, I think, and people are frustrated about that. Um, but yeah, there's a this is felt through Europe, the migration of people out of the Middle East.
Um,
Yeah, the history is actually fascinating. The back and forth between Islam and Christianity. A lot of people don't like to think of, Europe and the West as Christianity anymore. Since the Enlightenment, there's been a divorce between, religious life and secular life. But, that's really recent. But um, leaving that aside, though, the West, under the banner of kind of a unified worldview that was opposed to that laid out in the Quran and by Muhammad and all of that. Um, there was absolutely constant jihad from the moment that Muhammad gained power until this current day. It is not a new thing that, attacks have started to come. Um, there's been this back and forth um, repeatedly. Um, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to summarize. I just finished a really good book. It's called Sword and Scimitar, 1400 years of history between Islam and the West, or military history, and it goes through a lot of the battles that, there's some very significant points in history where if a particular battle was not won, then Europe would have been overrun and we all would have
Right.
been Muslim
And
for,
my impression is that it's always been kind of a back and forth. They would take land, and right now, and you can still see that in some kind of Baltic areas of Europe are still Muslim.
well,
Is
like
that correct?
Muslim, they kind of segregate a little bit or split. There's Muslim groups and Christian groups, and they don't like to live intermingled together.
Mhm.
And that,
Uh,
yeah,
but that
they,
is a fascinating history of because it wasn't necessarily one side or or the Christian going into the um I'm trying to think of this how it's always been described. Yeah, it was mostly to back off the growing Muslim threat and vice versa. Would that be fair to say? I mean, and because they were
I don't know. I don't know if I would say vice versa because the Christian threat to Islam was largely viewed as defensive in nature. Um, the Islam came and broke out of Arabia and conquered, and they just swept through. At the time in 600, 30 to 660 AD, um, the Holy Land, all of Syria, Palestine, um, down to Egypt, and the whole of North Africa was really the big center for Christianity. The four of the five major sees of the Apostolic Church were in North Africa, and only Rome was outside of that area. And it was within a few decades after that that by 711 AD, all of North African states, the Barbary states, were conquered by various Arab leaders coming and taking over until they got to the Atlantic Ocean, and there was no more land to conquer, so they looked north, and that's why we call that passageway to and from the Mediterranean Sea, we call it the Strait of Gibraltar. It used to be the Pillars of Hercules.
Oh,
Gibraltar. The name Gibraltar comes from the Arabic for the cliffs of Tariq. Tariq was the military commander leading the invasion that swept across North Africa. He built these ferry boats, ferried his massive army across, and then proceeded to conquer almost all of Spain for Islam. And that then set off 700 years of raids and jihad and rape and molestation and
and
desecration of
well,
churches
the
and
Christians
everything.
were not that. Yeah, I mean, we did the same thing in a way, but we were warding off that
Reclaiming, yeah,
conversion. Yeah,
reclaiming a mosque that was built out of the destroyed remains of what was originally and had always been originally a church that they intentionally desecrated. I mean, oh my, if you
uh, I don't want to
ever,
say we. I'm not
yeah,
first
I was gonna
person
say
in this.
yeah,
Me.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say
What
that
do you got, Pookie?
I am
but
a part of this podcast. If anybody is watching this, and
yeah,
these sessions, I just love to listen. I'm learning, and some of this I have nothing, no clue what you're talking about. So just listening and taking it in and learning from everything that's going on. Yes. And press that thumbs up button if you're watching. And back to learning about, I forgot where we were at, but
yeah.
I'm part of a
But
great conversation. I'm just
there's
taking
an
it in.
there's an interesting point that happened in the conquest of Spain, um, where the Reconquistas were, coming back from the north. The um, Muslims had pushed the original Visigoths all the way up into the Pyrenees Mountains that were kind of a barrier with France. And they started pushing back down and started reclaiming territory. And that caused a lot of consternation with the rulers of Al-Andalus, as they called the Iberian Peninsula while it was under Islamic control. But they invited, they reached out back across the Straits of Gibraltar because they needed reinforcements, they needed help. Um, they contacted a group called the Almaverids, and I'm probably butchering that pronunciation, but the Almaverids were basically, the equivalent of the absolute extremist jihadis today, like the fundamental purists of Islam, and absolute like peak violence. In fact, they are the model that ISIS used to model themselves after, wearing all black and all that, and the violence that they inflict, the tactics that they use, were all inspired by the Almaverids that were invited into Spain by the the Al-Andalusians, but the who were mostly white at that point. The Arabs had so valued European blonde hair, blue-eyed European slave women for their harems that so many princes and emirs had been born to white harem women that at that point there was the rulers of the Al-Andalusian states were only approximately 0.09% Arab in their descent. So there was a bunch of white people inviting in these sub-Saharan African extremists who really had almost nothing in common with them except that they ascribed to the Quran and Allah. But they were so much more extreme than the Al-Andalusians that they just, so it's the moderates that, then open up a pathway for extremism to come in. And that's um, a back and forth pattern that repeats every century or so, to maybe 2 centuries. They start to kind of get a little more moderate, a little accepting of, okay, we'll deal with, or whatever. And then somebody says, you're not reading the Quran correctly. And they come along and decide. And every time one of those groups came along and said, you're not reading it correctly, it was getting progressively more and more destructive and violent. But it's, I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. I mean, would you suppose that the most recent behavior, uh, let's just say general Islam, 'cause that's a big statement from uh, Morocco all the way to what's on the other side, Syria, Iran, Iraq. Yeah, that's a long distance, and that's a lot of people, a lot of cultures. Um, that's been influenced by something as early as 1900, in 1950, when I think Britain sliced up Iran and Iraq and made them countries. That's so right, I think. I'm not 100% sure
Hold
on
on.
that, but
Well, there
In the
was
comments, it says,
after the Ottomans were, oh, sorry.
you're right. You're right. The
uh,
Ottoman Empire fell, and yeah.
comment here says, you might be able to compare that other religions based on their ages.
What other religions? You mean like Eastern?
I don't have the exact amount or what of who people, but when you're talking and the comments come up, that's why I put my hand up.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
We'll look
that's
for
an
your
Those
argument
hand.
that
comments,
that Islam makes a lot, that the age of the Abrahamic religions is kind of an indicator. The Torah was the word that was sent initially, and then there was the series of prophets. Every time the nation of Israel strayed, they needed another prophet to set them straight. And then, um, so they said that Jesus was, a sinless life. He was the greatest of the prophets after Muhammad, or Isu, as they call him. A lot of people don't consider him the same Jesus as that of the Bible because, you know, but um, where was I going with that? What was I saying? I just lost the plot
What
immediately.
do they think about Moses? They got any opinion on him?
Yeah, Moses, peace be upon him. All of the prophets of the Torah and all the way up to Jesus, the gospel, they say peace be upon him too.
Aren't they
Um,
supposed to like at the end be together or something? Or is that no, no, no? Is that Mormons? I don't know.
I am not familiar with the Book of Mormon, but the idea, I don't know, in Islam, the Jews and the Christians are referred to as people of the book. The Jews were given the Torah by Allah, as the Muslims believe. And then later, they had a series of prophets, and then Jesus came and made the claim to be the Messiah. The Muslims call him the Messiah, but the Quran does not really seem to understand the claim that was made, or the meaning of the claim of being the Jewish Messiah. So then they go on to, I don't know, but then the Arabic came, and they said that the Muhammad came because he was the last of the prophets. He came to um, bring the word to the Arabs, and after the Arabs, they were the last people to receive the revealed word of Allah. So Jews initially with the Torah, Gentiles with Isu, and then Muhammad for the Arabs. Um, so the age thing is an argument that some people make. Some would say the oldest is the most, because they were there first, they were there closest to the beginning of, whatever that they're claiming. Um,
No,
Muslims view their new kid on the block status as being proof of their reliability. They got the best, newest, most recent information.
new kid on the block. They're
Yeah.
the youngest of the new kids on the block. Well, Hinduism and Taoism and Buddhism.
I don't think Buddhism is that old.
Mm,
Not that much older. If it is older than Christianity, I don't think it's that much older. But Buddhism was an offshoot of Hinduism. I don't know about Hinduism. But even so, that would still leave Islam as the new kid on the block. But the Abrahamic religions were what I was thinking when I said new kids on the block.
Buddhism's older than Christianity.
Well, that I did not
Well,
know.
2,500 to 2,600 years old. Okay. Yeah, so that still leaves Judaism older than Buddhism.
I mean, it's not like it's a contest or anything. I just think
Well, it felt like a contest.
you've been
Uh,
around. Yeah, you get
mm,
the Methuselah Award.
Man. Um,
4,000 years for Hinduism. So they're pushing it. They might have Judaism by a couple centuries if um oh, Judaism says they date back to 4,000 years too. So let's see.
um, you ready? I got other articles
Yeah,
for
sure.
ones that you saw specifically, Mark.
So yeah, it says Hinduism's about a few centuries older than Judaism, but yeah, okay.
There's an article that you posted, Mark,
Ooh,
about a FedEx driver pleading guilty to killing a 7-year-old girl after making a
yeah,
delivery at her home.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
seen you wanted to talk something about the death penalty and its mental health and stuff. And
yeah. That I think is interesting. I don't know. We discussed the death penalty. It got a bit heated, um, but this is an interesting case, and it raises some interesting points that touch a bit close to home. And I wanted to explore these ideas with you guys. So
Mhm.
let me pull it up and I will read the article for everyone to discuss.
the description, I got it open here, but yeah.
Uh,
Former
I
FedEx driver
will.
pleaded guilty to killing 7-year-old girl after making delivery at her Texas home. And the article here has a lot of stuff that I did read. Don't exactly know what Mark wanted to talk about, but yeah, he's gonna bring this article out and break it down for us. And then listen to our opinions, right?
Yeah,
I will view this through the eyes of the law because I've seen weird things happen through the eyes of the law and my personal views. All right, go.
okay, hold
Yeah.
on.
My apologies. I'm just going to make a statement instead of a comment, but there was a comment here that said almost compare some of the groups we may have, like the Knights Templar,
I'm sorry.
almost compare to, yeah, almost compare to some other groups we may have, like the Knights Templar. We don't have to go back into that, but yeah, yeah, this
Um,
article, there's a body cam footage of this guy stuffing the girl into a trunk. Oh no, into his truck. Not a trunk. But yeah, Mark, where'd you find this article? Because there's a lot of articles and they all seem worse and worse.
yeah, it popped up on a news app that I use. It kind of compares like right-leaning news outlets, left-leaning news outlets, center,
Oh,
biases, factuality, whatnot to kind of, and this one popped up as a blind spot for right media outlets. It seems like the aggregation that they had, it was only left-leaning news outlets or center-leaning news outlets that were reporting this. So I wanted to check on that because it seemed interesting. And then when I brought it up, um, it seemed, um, I don't know, I'm having trouble getting to that. Okay, here, I'll just use AP News. Uh, eh, okay. Dallas AP, a former FedEx driver pleaded guilty Tuesday to killing a 7-year-old girl after delivering a Christmas gift to her home, where he told authorities he accidentally struck her with his van and then strangled her in a fit of panic. Tanner Horner faces either the death penalty or life in prison in the 2022 killing of Athena Strand, whose body was found 2 days later, or 2 days after she was reported missing in the rural town of Paradise near Fort Worth. Jurors will now decide Horner's punishment. Um, The only truthful thing that Tanner Horner told law enforcement was that he killed her, Wise County District Attorney James Stanton said during opening statements. The pattern and web of lies that he put together, it's going to be hard for y'all to keep up with. It's lie upon lie upon lie. As Athena's stepmother testified, the jury was shown an image of Athena taken from a video inside the delivery truck. She was still alive and sitting on her knees behind the driver's seat. Stanton said the scenario that Horner told authorities that he hit her with his vehicle and panicked is an absolute lie. He said she was uninjured when Horner put her into the vehicle. First thing Tanner Horner says to Athena when he picks her up and puts her in that truck, he leans down and says, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you." He says that twice. Stanton told jurors that the evidence in the case is rough and they will watch video of what happened that day, and then hear audio after the camera has been covered up. You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 67-pound child, Stanton said. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. He said Athena fought Horner and his DNA was found under his fingernails. He also said Horner's DNA was found, quote, in places you shouldn't find DNA on a 7-year-old girl. According to an arrest warrant, Horner told authorities that he strangled Athena after accidentally hitting her with his van while making a delivery. Horner told investigators that Athena wasn't seriously hurt after he hit her while backing up, but he panicked and put her in his van. Horner said he didn't want her to tell her father what happened, so he first tried to break the girl's neck, and when that didn't work, he strangled her with his hands in the back of the van, the warrant said. The warrant said Horner took investigators to where he'd left Athena's body. In opening statements, Horner's attorney, Stephen Goebel, told jurors when someone's brain is what's injured, you don't see it, while acknowledging that the evidence against Horner was overwhelming and terrible. He told jurors that Horner's mother drank while she was pregnant, that he has autism, and suffered from various mental illnesses throughout his life, in addition to being exposed to a massive amount of lead. Quote, massive amount of lead. Goebel asked jurors to sentence him to life in prison. Ashley Strand, Athena's stepmother, told jurors that the package Horner had dropped off was a Christmas present for Athena, a box of You Can Be Anything Barbies. Strand, who has since divorced Athena's father, said Athena enjoyed living out on their land in the country where she got to run wild and free. The trial was moved from rural Wise County to Fort Worth after Horner's attorneys argued that he would not receive a fair trial. Okay, so that that is intense.
Yeah.
And that is in a death penalty state.
Yeah.
So,
They had a video. I mean,
yeah, but
no,
this
actual
is an
picture.
interesting, I thought this would be an interesting conversation because we had a death penalty conversation before. And I, as the death penalty advocate in that situation, am
Um,
now, yeah, this is
that
another,
was that was
this,
another conversation I was listening to. And
yeah,
now that you said a little bit last time, I can enter the conversation once you get it going.
yeah. I kind
That
of
penalty, I think, is messed up.
steamrolled a
I'm not
lot of,
for it. So
I have like I've really mastered the art of just steamrolling people with words a lot of times. I'm trying to.
You got to work on that.
I'm trying to. I'm trying. If I don't know, maybe we need a signal or something like touch your nose or something if I'm going a little too off the rails and need
I'm gonna raise my hand.
somebody else.
How
Yeah,
about that?
well, even when I see that, I'm not sure if it's like a question from somebody else that I don't want to address and I want to get my point out or something. I don't know. It's
This will be cool. Don't worry.
there's a lot of connections that all come at once, and I want to explain them all before I don't know. Maybe I should just become a writer instead. Write it all out, let people
It's,
just consume it, and then discuss. Um,
Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up and tell us how you feel about Mark being a writer.
yeah.
Um, Maybe we can help get the ball rolling on that. Anyhow,
um,
All right.
but
So,
so
starting thoughts or
Well, death penalty advocate, death penalty position, or death penalty case, autistic individual.
uh,
Yeah, so
I'm
that's
I'm
interesting.
I'm not for the death penalty, but then
Right.
you did have your point. I was just basically gonna say um, that people spending their rest of their life in jail is like a death penalty anyway, you know. But I know you were gonna say, well, we got to spend money on feeding those people and this and that. So you did have a point, but that was my only point is that I feel like people could stay in the prison and die there. So, and then Kevin had said something that I was confused about, where he said keeping them alive is cheaper than killing them.
Well, that's the thing, when talking about, citing, it costs $2 million to execute a person. And I pointed out the injection itself is maybe $90 worth of medication. The $2 million comes up from, the process of prosecution and possibly providing a public defender if the person is not of certain means and able to provide their own um, attorney, due process and all that stuff. It takes a lot. If you're going to kill somebody, you want to be really, really, really sure, um, because that's not something you can take back, right? So that's where the $2 million comes up, and that was a valid point to be raised. Am I dismissing it by saying the injection itself is $90 is a little bit misleading too. So um, both sides are, I thought, after going back and re-listening to it, I kind of wanted to, I wish I had
Kevin,
a little bit
oh,
more.
okay, it's cool. Oh, by the way, I did some small math on the Oklahoma case. Now consider this is a bit of an outlier, but because Oklahoma spends so little money on their prisoners. I think it's like 80 something dollars a day they spend on their prisoners to live, keep them alive. But it comes out to like $1 million for if a person murders someone at 18 and they die at the average age of like 70 something, 73. So if they live, you know, all that time, it'll cost um, you know, like $1 million some. And if they execute them, it'll cost 1,500,000 or something. I don't know, but that doesn't matter. It's such a small difference.
Well,
Um,
is that just the cost of like feeding and clothing them.
Yeah, in Oklahoma.
So that doesn't include the cost of the
I don't know.
facility
They
to
just
house
said,
them and the employees to run the facility and the there's a lot of other costs that go into keeping the people imprisoned than just feeding them. Paying for even non-death penalty, um, they still get appeals, and those still cost the same sort of money that death penalty appeals do.
what you got,
Um,
Pookie?
there's a comment that here that said, "Who was paid the $2 million?"
Taxpayers pay it out to the lawyers that are, the district attorney's salary, the judge's salary. Um, I think there's some like small trivial amount of money that goes to the jurors for their time. It's really just more like a consolation prize than anything. Um, I mean, it goes a lot of different places. Um, Transport
But
to and from, and
the
all the
point is,
security for all of that.
imprisonment is the punishment.
That's what I was thinking. Why kill them?
That
Let's say they stay there forever.
being secluded away from society and having to live every day in a cell block
What a
is the
man.
punishment. We
Well,
don't live in, we're not in, Bronze Age times anymore. When you have a prisoner, he lives in a prison. That's the definition. You're not taking revenge. We're not doing anything because of our feelings or anything emotional. That's what justice is. It's not
um,
emotion.
there's some comments here. It says, maybe with that cost accounting for possible inflation. And then the next comment is the same person. It says, if the two is going to them, wouldn't mean they're not paid salary. Oh, wouldn't it mean they're not paid salary? And this next comment said, I'm 100% for imprisonment. We got one of our main commenters giving comments. Well, the only comments today. Are you guys out there? Press that like button. Press the little bell so it'll let you know when we go live. That's what you're into. Uh,
So,
Mark?
as this case he brought up with this man who is with the
Yeah,
mental
autistic
disability,
man,
yes.
with other undisclosed generic mental health problems. I mean, probably just depression and anxiety. They're probably just playing up stuff for sympathy to avoid the death penalty. But does that constitute a reason to for reduced sentencing? Because the case itself would be a death penalty uh, without those um, extra. I'm forgetting the name. Exonerating, not exonerating. No, not existential. Exigent circumstances.
Oh, okay, I know what you mean.
Uh,
And yeah, I know the word you're talking about, but I just can't think of it myself.
mm,
Um,
um,
yeah, other
so you can
circumstances,
plead
basically.
not guilty by reason of insanity. So what constitutes insanity? And if insanity doesn't get you not guilty, then can it still qualify you for reduced sentencing, or should it?
I was not aware you could still do that. Insanity. But in if I had to be a judge and follow all the rules, um, and sentence a person who is found guilty, and he is guilty, um, I would assume he's going by all the rules. He's not fighting the system. He's pleading guilty. Um, that's a tough one. I honestly don't know because I don't know if the horrendousness of the crime goes into
I
is a
mean,
factor. Um,
he grabbed a
yeah, I'm
7-year-old from her family's driveway after delivering a package
yeah,
and
I know.
stuffed her
And
into the back of his FedEx vehicle and had his way with her.
and this
And
is why I am not for the death penalty because it takes emotion out of it, everything. Because what's the difference between killing a 7-year-old girl and just killing just some guy because you don't
Uh,
like him? It's more
yeah,
horrific killing this child, but
I mean,
what
killing some guy is very different because there can be a lot of extenuating circumstances behind some guy needing.
but let's say you plan to kill him. Let's say he's your neighbor and
Okay,
he
well,
pisses you
that's
off,
supposed to be
and you're like, I'm gonna
homicide.
kill the when this guy gets home from work, I'm gonna kill him
Yeah,
because he doesn't empty his trash, he doesn't pick up his trash cans or something. Whatever. The motive never really matters. What matters is
motive
he
does
committed,
matter. Motive really does matter. Motive can change a lot.
but not in the justice system.
so
Well,
No,
but I see how it should matter in this case. Yes. Okay. You're right. In this case, it should matter because he has um
mental
uh,
illness.
right.
Yeah.
His autism affected his motive, perhaps. Uh,
his knowledge and ability to differentiate right from wrong, his ability to just his awareness of his circumstances and of the reality of what, you know, I mean, there's been some pretty heavily autistic impaired people, participating in our Zoom meetings, and it can be, you know, very difficult for them to know how to behave, what to do, what's, you know.
yeah.
So without knowing more about him, about his situation, you know, like I would know that's not okay. I would know, check the girl if she's fine, you know. I don't know, even I don't know, knock on the doorbell. I mean, what if the girl was there, was her family home? Should I try to get in touch with the family, let them know?
Huh?
What you got, Pookie?
Um. Oh yeah, there's some comments here. One said, "I think I'd find life imprisonment to be more of a penalty than death, but I also think I understand how and why many would disagree. And the next comment says some family members of a victim may only care about may only care about an outcome and not what may come of it. That is the motive. Uh,
Well, the punishment on an individual,
what I understand is
it's
just
different from
in front of people. It's wild.
the
I thought.
the um the overall collective deterrent. And I don't know if that argument is actually realistic, but there are people who say that, it's if you know you could get the death penalty for a crime, um, it's less likely that an individual would commit that crime than if they know that the worst that can happen is they just get locked up for the rest of their life, get taken care of, or not taken care of, get fed. It's shitty environment, but you know, um, you get to live your days out either way. Um, I don't
Uh,
know. I don't know how much credence that should um, be given. I don't know how to go about trying to control the variables that would go into pulling the crime numbers on this
um,
state death penalty or on death penalty states versus non-death penalty states, and how do the violent crime numbers compare? Is it actually effective at, you know,
um, oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. Uh, oh, I was gonna say, yeah, like the death penalty. I just felt like it wasn't necessary. They could spend the rest of their days, and that's enough. Some people already just have life, so why don't you just make like those ones on the death penalty? And it's weird that they want people to sit there and watch and cry. It'll be the other person's family. I've seen videos just sitting, the other person is crying. And yeah, that's like when they used to put people on crosses and hang people. People standing around cheering and stuff. It's weird to me. Uh, it's very weird to me.
That's what I meant by Bronze Age punishment.
Yeah.
I don't know
It seems like something.
if you
See,
had your immediate family member, say your mother, murdered in cold blood, and the person is caught and like without any doubt, 100% certainty that this individual did it, you know, whatever forensic means. Let's say you got facial recognition, some really good camera footage of him going in, going out, and he left all kinds of data samples, like conveniently prepared data samples for the police to come find him afterwards so that this guy is the guy who did it without any doubt. So that can't be in your mind. This guy killed your mom. Your mom took him away from you.
ew.
Can you not understand how some people feel
I could,
animosity towards an
I,
individual like that who
That's a
was
yeah,
one?
loaded
there's,
question. I don't answer loaded questions like that.
I'm not asking you then. I'll ask Pookie. Do
um,
you not see how an individual
I
might
would
want
say like, uh,
to see
I,
some might want
Yes,
revenge
but
I
or
think people view,
I understand their anger and their
oh, wow.
frustrate, but it's not for them.
it is for them. Really, the difference between life imprisonment and death penalty is for them, largely. Eye for an eye.
I just thought it was just,
Personally, it's
Eye
for
for
the
an eye is
people.
not in the U.S. Constitution.
oh, wow.
Fine. It
Uh,
doesn't have to be. It's not expressly prohibited, which means it is left to the states. Ninth and Tenth Amendments.
Mm, yeah.
Oh, that's slimy. That's a, you
No,
know,
it's not slimy. It's truthful. Anything not expressly prohibited is remanded to the states. So, yeah, Constitution does not prohibit the death penalty, which means that the states are free to institute it or not.
so
Um,
anything not explained. Oh,
I had a little article, I believe. I don't know if you sent it to me or who did I get it from, but it was talking about climate control in Greenland. Yeah, so they are worried about it, and I forgot what I said once before. Um, oh, we were talking about deforestation, and I seen this article as connected to previous stuff I searched, and it says concerns about the effects of the climate crisis. Greenland is not only affected by foreign policy trends, but also by climate change. The Paris Climate Agreement has been on agenda in Greenland for years, but action has only been acted upon with Greenland joining the agreement in autumn of 2023. This is an important step for the region as several studies suggest that glacial melting has accelerated since the beginning of the century and will continue to do so at a faster pace. For example, a recent study highlights that while in the 1980s and 1990s, glaciers were melting at a rate of up to 5 meters per year. And in the last 20 years, this rate has almost quintupled into 25 meters 25 meters per year. Oh wow. While the melting of glaciers leads to a number of existential threats, such as rising ocean water levels and temperature, and thus negatively affects the wider living environment. The threat of climate change in Greenland is primarily posed by the huge ice shelf covering its territory, which, if it melts, will rise sea levels by more than 7 meters worldwide. A study conducted by the University of Copenhagen also shows that the climate warming, ice melting, and habitat changes have already negatively affected Greenland's polar bear population. Polar bear habitats are disappearing, and the polar bears are therefore under serious threat as Greenland and Arctic region are most affected by climate change. The day of accession to the Paris Climate Agreement was celebrated. The Greenlandic authorities have the will to act and take responsibility for impending climate crisis. Yeah, the government in Greenland is prioritizing the debate on what kind of country environment it wants to leave for the future generations. Hmm. Yeah, I didn't read that ahead of time. But yeah, that popped up when we were talking, when I had deforestation as a tab open for a very long time.
yeah.
Um,
It's just a matter of what we're willing to give up now. I understand. We all know it's a threat. What are you willing to sacrifice? We know what's causing it.
um,
We know it's a threat. What are you willing to give up? Talk. What do you?
um, there was a comment on the last topic, which doesn't help us move on, but it does throw out something that I have to say. And it
Sorry, I
says,
missed the I
because
missed the very end of that. What Kevin just say? The I missed that half of
Oh,
the
sorry.
Greenland thing. There was my power brick got disconnected
Uh,
here.
it was a thing about global warming. I just said At this point, we all know it's there. We all know it's a threat. At this point, what are you willing to give up? We have to give something up, make the future safer.
Give up something like what?
Meat,
Oh yeah.
technology, something. Uh, Revitalize urban development so that we depend less on cars, anything, something.
Okay. Um, I don't think a lot of like things that pay the government, they probably wouldn't allow that just to go, and they don't have that income anymore. Because then we don't have to pay for gas if we take away cars, and that's going to affect a lot of people.
Well, people will find a way around.
You just pay for the electricity to charge the batteries on electric cars. And that electricity is largely coming from fossil fuel plants at this point. So you're still paying for gas. It's just a different kind of gas.
But
Yeah.
it does take off a little because you're not transporting gas with gas and then using another more gas. It's not.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's another thing. Gas turbines, when I talk about gas turbines, it's not gasoline. It's liquid natural gas. I mean, any compressed um, burnable gas can be adapted to work in a gas turbine. So, um, I mean, the most ideal fuel for a gas turbine is hydrogen. You know, you
Mhm.
burn hydrogen with oxygen from the atmosphere, and the exhaust is steam. Boom.
There you go. Okay.
And yeah, and then you burn it, you get heat temperatures up to 1800 degrees Fahrenheit, and then you send that exhaust from the turbines. Instead of just releasing it, you use that heat and you run it through a heat exchanger to boil water and send that boiling water steam over and run that through a steam turbine. And you can recover even more of the overall um, uh, potential energy from this fuel. So combined cycle gas turbine power plants are actually among the most efficient um, power plant options right now. The most efficient of all fossil options, up to 60% of the actual energy value can be recovered and turned into energy. So, um, yeah, fun stuff. But we got to it's more expensive to get the hydrogen fuel than it is to just burn the methane that you use to turn into the hydrogen fuel. So, I don't know.
And I'm more flexible on nuclear. I'll go there because
Yeah.
you know because it's
Um,
urgent because it's so urgent to
Yeah. I think
I mean
France is an excellent example. France ramped up their nuclear power um, kind of in lockstep with their demand and they um, yeah.
I
Pookie?
was I was okay, yeah.
a comment here by Jim. It says, "Let's get to that solar and wind. We may need gas for now as a may need gas as a transport, but solar or wind is sure growing, or was. The or was there separate.
What?
Yeah. And another comment here says, I think I've heard of the heat possible being done geothermally. Oh yeah, I had an article open right here that was saying the same thing, that it's just going to get hotter here until people can't handle it. Um, that's what climate control is causing in the U.S. Yeah,
What were you going to
humans are
say, Cap?
doing it themselves. They're saying
Yeah,
climate change affects the environment in many different ways, including rising temperatures, sea level rise, drought, flooding, and more. These events affect things that we depend upon and value, like water, energy, transport, wildlife, agriculture, ecosystems, and human health.
Biodiversity.
Come again?
Biodiversity. I have a list of things that will be gone within 30 years. And it's things that you like, things like coffee, avocados, stuff like that. I don't know, a whole list.
I'm just,
I know
I'm
we
not
don't
even
drink coffee, but I
over,
know. Yeah.
but yeah.
so
Hmm.
coffee.
Uh,
Mark
Just
loves
don't
coffee. He
know.
can't do without, right?
Well, I can do without, but it just sucks.
well, that'll get people off
Uh,
their asses, right?
Yeah.
No more coffee. So
yeah,
finally, we'll that'll
Mark.
get people
There
moving.
was some articles that Mark sent. Was NASA reports report on a fireball spotted in Northeast, including Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Did you see it by any
I did
chance?
not, but people,
I see
yeah,
it. I'm looking
people
at it.
in Philly reported seeing it.
Another one?
No, they just said something was weird in the sky. Um,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
saw a
Oh,
purple. So
Like
they said it was purple.
purple.
They said it's.
yeah.
I
There
don't know if it's
was
the same thing, but they said that they saw a purple thing in the sky. I don't know if it was. There's a lot of stuff over Philly's airspace, and it could have been a helicopter. That could have been a helicopter or something else. I don't know, but there was something over the skies.
I'll read it. It says a fireball seen streaking across the sky Tuesday afternoon sparked hundreds of reports across the tri-state area. According to NASA, the meteor first became visible around 2:34 p.m. at an altitude of about 48 miles above the Atlantic Sea, off the coast of Mastic Beach on Long Island, traveling southwest at roughly 30,000 miles per hour. The fireball eventually disintegrated about 27 miles above Galloway Township, New Jersey. Video captured by Brittany Wilhelmly shows the bright fireball as it streaked across the sky. The American Meteor Society logged more than 200 reports from people in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, New York, and Connecticut. Didn't we have something like this a few weeks ago where a meteor was it going to touch down or something like that? It's getting becoming more often now. We're going to need fallout shelters.
I think it's always been like this. Don't they always?
Mm,
I don't know if they. I think they've always been a lot of meteors entering the atmosphere. I think we've just gotten more cameras.
mm.
That's my theory.
Okay. Mark, you have these articles, but all mines are done, so I'm waiting on you guys. I got another article here that
Okay,
I could
well, I got
actually
something to
read.
add to that. I don't know where
Go
I
ahead.
saw this. Um, I think I saw an article about a woman who was hit by a meteor.
Oh,
Uh,
recently?
yeah, the only living person to ever be hit by a meteor, or I guess meteorite in this situation. Came through a roof, and bounced and sliced her leg up. So I don't know. I wish I had the picture here. I don't. So the only person to have ever been recorded, I think it was in Texas, maybe. I don't know. Um, but it was definitely the U.S. or now I don't know. I just saw the picture, and what do you think about that? Getting hit
Um,
by a meteor.
it says Anne Elizabeth Fowler Hodges. Oh, this is someone old. This isn't new. Uh, yeah, it says the only confirmed person to be hit by a meteorite uh, was Anne Hodges, and that was in 1954. Where'd you see your
I
picture at?
don't know. I saw it somewhere. It was just like one of those thoughts bouncing in my head. I don't know. There's no good file system there.
Yeah. There was a lady in Naples who got hit with something, came through a roof and smashed into her leg. It left a big bruise. I guess having gone through the house and the attic and everything probably saved her a lot of pain. But it turns out that what had made it through the atmosphere was actually a waste from the ISS, just a waste release that was meant to burn up in the atmosphere, and it didn't quite finish. And there were like battery remnant components and some other metals and who knows what else that was all in there in this, like, I don't know if it was a canister type thing or something, but a big chunk of, you know, something there, just boom. So I don't think that counts as a meteorite though. Um,
Uh, Something.
yeah,
Do you know where that was at?
Naples, Florida. Yeah. I remembered it because it wasn't too far from where I used to live when I was, in young days. I don't remember how old, but yeah, it um
Evan, you got any articles?
I got a couple if you guys wanted to talk about a little more nuclear.
Oh man, I've been waiting for you guys to bring some articles. Come on, man, I'm waiting. Plenty of
Well,
time.
hey, you got some good stuff there.
I got more, but I'm gonna wait for you guys to show me something.
Hold on, let me get these ready. I got two that kind of go together that I wanted to talk about. I'm trying to get them all nice and okay. So,
I know you guys love this out there, me picking the topics. Tell me how much you love Mark picking the topics. This is gonna be amazing. I mean, I got plenty of tabs open for things that I've been waiting to talk about, but
I
yeah,
did see something good in tech. Let's see if I can find it again.
let's do it.
Um,
so here from nuclear news, just because I really want our country to get off of fossils for our main grid. Um, but okay, uh, the article title: Acclaimed physicist and his daughter are burying tiny nuclear reactors a mile underground. Liz Muller convinced her dad, Richard, to forego retirement and become an entrepreneur. The result is a revolutionary approach to making atomic energy cheaper and safer. For more than a decade, Elizabeth Muller and her father have taken a 3-mile hike, usually twice a week, through the hills of Berkeley, California, stopping for coffee and brainstorming on the way. I would have an idea, and she would have had an idea. Says Richard A. Muller, who devised a modern carbon dating method used to determine age of plant and animal remains before he was 33 and won a MacArthur Foundation Genius Award at 38. Now, after 40 years of teaching at the University of California at Berkeley, the 82-year-old physicist is on the verge of having his greatest commercial impact thanks to his business-minded daughter and those long walks. Nuclear brings out big emotions on all sides, says Liz, age 47. As a kid growing up in Berkeley, all my teachers and friends were anti-nuclear, and the city became a nuclear-free zone. She too learned anti-nuke, even though her father's mentor, Nobel Prize winner Louis Alvarez, who worked with Robert Oppenheimer on the first atomic bomb, was, quote, like a grandfather to me. But after college at UC San Diego, she moved to Paris in 1999 to earn a master's at ESCP Business School and worked in international finance there for 8 years. In France, she explains everyone supported nuclear power as a clean, reliable, global warming solution. She returned to Berkeley determined to tap her dad's genius. Yeah, you see, France. France has got their heads on straight. In 2022, on one of those walks, the Mullers hatched the idea to drill hatched the idea behind their nuclear power startup. Deep fission, they call it. The concept is surprisingly simple. Drill a 30-inch diameter borehole a mile into the earth, fill it with water, then insert a teeny tiny nuclear reactor that will boil the water at the bottom and send it up a separate pipe to run a steam turbine. Each hole will generate 15 megawatts, enough to power 12,000 homes. Put 70 of them in a field and you can power a 1 gigawatt artificial intelligence data center. Once up and running, it should also be cheap, about 6 cents a kilowatt hour, they estimate, because sticking a reactor deep in the ground under 160 times atmospheric pressure eliminates 80% of traditional power plant costs, which go to concrete buildings and thick steel vessels. We are using the gravity of the water to give the reactor the same pressure. Last August, the Department of Energy included deep fission as one of 10 companies in its reactor pilot program, designed to quickly test a new generation of similar reactors that are easier to build. The pull of electric demand from data centers warranted a new approach, says Rian Brandt, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Nuclear at the DOE. While the other reactors are innovative in their own ways, they're all variations of the traditional above ground model. Um, so far, with Liz as CEO and Richard as Chief Technical Engineer, Deep Fission has raised $122 million, most recently at a $1 billion post-money valuation. Liz retains 19% of the company, Richard holds 10%, and billionaire Palantir co-founder Joe Donsale's 8VC owns an 8% stake. This expect to sell shares this year to help cover R&D and an $84 million test reactor and to achieve criticality, meaning a self-sustaining chain reaction. The Trump administration has set a goal of having 3 nuclear reactors reach criticality by July 4, but the Mullers make no promises. Still, assuming they can get an expedited license from the NEC, they hope to start selling commercial power in 2027, years ahead of other DOE-backed nuclear reactor startups. Those include Oklo, which boasts an $8.3 billion market cap and is building its first reactor at Idaho National Lab. Okay, this kind of goes on. Finance stuff. But Deep Fission's first test borehole is being drilled in Parsons, Kansas. Population 9,400. on the grounds of the 14,000-acre Great Plains Industrial Park, a site used for munitions production during World War II. So, yeah, it's kind of okay. So that's pretty cool idea. That's yeah. What do you think? Drill a borehole, stick it down. It would be difficult to have any sort of big issue, any leakage of anything. Um,
Right. And I'm assuming they have techs that can go down and repair everything. So in case, and I'm just exploring all possibilities, making, um, all right.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, it sounds, the idea of underground fission that can possibly be the future of, all right. Yeah. Very interesting.
I mean the amount of space, the footprint that would take up. I mean, when they say 30-inch borehole, I'm imagining the footprint is not just going to be that 36-inch square. They've got other stuff to deal with, right? Around that borehole, they've got, that return pipe for the steam and everything and whatever equipment. And like you said, access points probably, I would imagine, yeah, a
Yeah.
parallel borehole. So yeah, but
Yeah. I was, I
the,
was talking with, I'm sorry, I was talking with, Jeff, yeah, and we were talking about the nuclear age, and he does not like it, and I'm weary, but he has good reason. And but I drive past. There's a nuclear, not a nuclear. There's an oil refinery in Philadelphia, and it exploded many years ago,
oh,
and that was awful. That's basically like a Chernobyl to us. So you can understand why we'd be so weary of oil. Oil
yeah,
is like that old fashioned nuclear. So, finding
and
safe
3 Mile
nuclear.
Island isn't too far away either, is it?
No, I suppose not. But if nuclear has become to the point where it's safe and not going to go full Chernobyl, I'll open my mind to it. That 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 refinery was just such an environmental mess. Oh my God, that was disgusting. And yeah, if Angel knows what I'm talking about, it blew up in South Philly, and it was disgusting. And yeah, we were talking about that before. So I I would this is an interesting idea, having cities and deep vision. Very interesting. Uh,
Yeah, and
yeah.
another thing I think that's it's important to bring up. Well, a couple things. First off, a lot of people, um, outside of this conversation that we've been having, a lot of just the lay public, when they hear nuclear, they think, you know, oh, there's something particular about this nuclear reaction that they're extracting the electricity directly from the atoms being split in the same way that the runaway, creates the bomb. So it's like they imagine this very tightly controlled nuclear bomb being slowly let off. And um, really, that's not um, that couldn't really be further from the truth. And in reality, um, the nuclear reaction um, is just a heat source. It
Mhm.
just is used to boil water, and that water goes through a
Right.
steam turbine.
Right. Yeah.
Um, so, yeah, when you have a nuclear power plant nearby, you don't have this like nuclear bomb on edge of going off.
Yeah.
But these other criticality incidents like or runaway incidents like Chernobyl, Three Mile Island, Fukushima, all, you know, terrible.
There are
But
small
something,
concerns, but out of curiosity, do modern nuclear bombs, leave the radioactive decay that they do, or like the ones back in 1945 that were dropped? Do they leave that same radioactive decay if we were to
yeah,
drop?
I mean they leave traces. Any unsplit atoms, and even the ones that do split, they leave fission byproducts. A lot of those are radioactive. There's a lot of radiation, alpha particles emitted that cause all kinds of yeah, they do.
It's funny because I'm laughing because we're we were going to bash a certain person, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who said modern nuclear bombs leave no radioactive decay. I'm quoting him.
Um, just another
Um,
reason not to listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I heard that and I was like, even I don't know much about nuclear physics, but I know a little. I have like a high school,
Yeah, I
maybe
mean,
college training, but I was like, "Are you sure about that, man?" And yeah, that just did not sound right. He's
no, it's not possible. It's not possible. Just at face value, if you think about it, a byproduct of just one of those atom splits is itself radioactive. And those don't all go off to, you don't end up with fission of everything radioactive that all just kind of settles down to nothing. No, oh God.
all right.
Oh,
I just wanted to get
it would be
because I even did research and nothing came up, and yeah,
so
well,
many
yeah.
people just accept what he says just because he says it. And I don't know. I honestly wonder if he would have been held at the same regard that he is currently if it weren't for his brother, Mike Tyson, being a famous boxer. You know, it's
Of
like
course, yeah.
here's one, and here's his brother is like couldn't be further from two different personalities and stuff. And I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson was all that noteworthy before his brother started winning those titles and whatnot, biting ears and tattooing his face. It's only after that that he really started getting the YouTube circle and the invites to you know the prestigious positions like the New York Planetarium chief educator something. Uh, I don't know. He's overrated.
That
I
is
like, I like
very
Michiko Kaku, the Japanese guy, the long white hair. He's cool. He does a good job of science education. And Brian Cox, the British guy, He's like always got this smile on his face. He's like, I like him. He's pretty cool. But
I like Jay Gould. I've always been
Uh,
into evolutionary biology. It's been a fascination of mine because I don't know. I just like how I think it's related to psychology and everything, how we developed uh, the current human mind and Jared Diamond and I think that's his name. Is that something? Oh, sorry, I got a little distracted. I
Jared Diamond.
think it's his name.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the American scientist, historian, author. Yeah. Guns, Gems, and
um,
Steel. Guns, Germs, and Steel. The Fates of Human Society. Trans-interdisciplinary nonfiction book. Attempts to explain why Eurasian and North African civilizations have survived and conquered others. Yes. Oh, arguing against the idea any form of Eurasian intellectual, moral, or inherent genetic superiority. Yes.
are you reading to the audience?
Oh, sorry.
I'm
I
just
was.
just reading. I was not
Oh,
familiar with the name that he put out, Jared Diamond. So I just wanted to check what he and have a tab open for afterwards so I can go and follow up. But
the most
sorry.
recent one I read was Pandora's Box, and I thought that was a good one. I did. It's a stupid name for a book, but yeah, it sounds more like a romance novel. But
You guys
and
have any articles or anything? I mean, I got more. If you guys,
I
I thought you
I
guys doing
can.
your homework, man.
There was another nuclear thing. So first off, bury the nuclear reactors a mile underground, right? Great. But you need to fuel them, right? And uranium mining is not always a very happy process, right? So that's why I wanted to share this other related article before we move on. Um, so, out of Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, seawater yields first grams of yellowcake uranium. So, they have developed a yarn-like material that collects the largest amount of uranium to date from seawater. So, did you guys know that uranium is present in seawater? There's uranium every time you go swimming in the ocean. Pretty cool.
Hmm?
Or
Two
should I say,
points here.
pretty rad. Um,
Yeah.
for the
I got a
first
point
time,
here is that I died from the ocean, and no, I did not know that there was uranium in the ocean. How is that affecting me if I were to go swimming today?
oh, it's such tiny trace amounts that you'd have to like live in the water for like probably several lifetimes before you actually absorb any sort of meaningful dose. You get more from getting an X-ray. Um, yeah,
Oh,
the dentist is worse for you than swimming in the ocean.
they're just scaring the people. There's no reason for the people to know that if it's not possible
Uh,
for you.
But so the article says for the first time, researchers at Pacific Northwest National Laboratory and LCW Supercritical Technologies have created 5 grams of yellow cake, a powdered form of uranium used to produce fuel for nuclear power production. using acrylic fibers to extract it from seawater. This is a significant milestone, said Gary Gill, a researcher at PNNL, the Department of Energy National Laboratory, and the only one with a marine research facility located in Sequim, Washington. I don't know how to pronounce that. If Chip can help. But it indicates that this approach can eventually provide commercially attractive nuclear fuel derived from the oceans, the largest source of uranium on Earth. So, PNNL's capabilities in evaluating and testing the material have been invaluable in moving this technology forward, says Chien Y. That's where LCW, a Moscow, Idaho clean energy company, comes in. LCW, with early support from PNNL through DOE's Office of Nuclear Energy, developed an acrylic fiber which attracts and holds on to dissolved uranium naturally present in ocean water. We have chemically modified regular, inexpensive yarn to convert it into an absorbent which is selective for uranium, efficient, and reusable, said Chen Wei, president of LCW Supercritical Technologies. PNNL's capabilities in evaluating and testing the material have been valuable in moving this technology forward. Y is former University of Idaho professor who, along with colleague Hornbin Pan, was involved in earlier DOE-funded research to develop materials in order to increase domestic availability of uranium, which is mostly imported into the U.S. currently. Okay, Y founded LCW and with funding from a small business innovation research program, worked out a new approach to absorb uranium onto a molecule that is chemically bound to a acrylic fiber. The result is a wavy-looking polymer absorbent that can be deployed in marine environment, is reusable and durable. They've conducted 3 separate tests of the absorbent's performance to date. Water was pumped into a tank about the size of a large hot tub. For each test, we put about 2 pounds of the fiber into the tank for about 1 month and pumped the seawater through quickly to mimic conditions in the open ocean. LCW then extracted uranium from the absorbent, and from the first 3 tests, we got about 5 grams, about what a nickel weighs. Might not sound like much, but that can really add up. So that's really cool. From the size of a bathtub, they were able to get 5 grams. That's, I mean, you scale that up, and yeah, that's
Is that on average? Every bathtub of seawater contains a nickel, or
I think it's at a hot tub.
hot tub. Yeah. The picture here looks kind of like a long bathtub, but I don't know.
no?
Maybe it's a little bit wide. But I mean, presumably ocean water is pretty well mixed. I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know if all of there's if there are parts of the ocean that have like
Okay.
more
Yeah.
exposure to uranium, or there might be areas where it would be more beneficial to deploy this than others. But
See.
it sounds like I don't know. I Wait, okay. Gill notes that seawater contains about 3 parts per billion of uranium. It's estimated that there is at least 4 billion tons of uranium in seawater, which is about 500 times the amount of uranium known to exist in land-based ores, which must be mined. So that's where we need to go for fueling our nuclear reactors. And we got to keep that yarn away from Iran. We don't want them tapping into their, yeah,
Seems like it's pretty abundant though in the
it
world.
does.
I never knew that.
I mean, the ore itself isn't, I guess, but the any nation with uh, an ocean coastline has a better supply than the the nations with the actual ore. That's
You know,
interesting. That's really cool.
I've
Y
got
says the fibers, which have an affinity for more heavy metals than just uranium, can likely be used one day to clean up toxic waterways themselves. The fibers have a potential to extract vanadium, an expensive metal used in large-scale batteries, from oceans instead of mining it from the ground. Yeah.
Um,
Then go start doing stuff in the Gulf of Mexico, where the water is much warmer. Material performs better in warmer water. Okay. That makes sense. Solubility increases with temperature for water. Gulf is expected to be 3 to 5 times higher. So more economical to obtain it from the Gulf of America.
there is one comment here, and it says, "Wow," talking about what Mark was talking about. Yeah, it was amazing. I just trying to take everything in because all this is new to me. Sometimes I get quiet just to take it in.
Yeah, it's exciting. If we can get our energy off of fossil fuels, save our fossil fuel reserves for things that can't be done with things, with other, you know, other means there.
I would
How's that?
save them for an emergency,
Yeah.
a backup, like a generator or something. That's what you
Well,
know,
how much of the pharmaceutical company relies on petrochemical chemistry?
oh, there's a lot of industries that use it. There's textiles, they use petro, um, obviously, uh, anything that's plastic. Um, oh, wow. It's going to be real tough to
I
get
mean,
off petro.
everything.
Yeah, everything.
99% of pharmaceutical feedstocks and reagents are derived from petrochemicals,
Yeah.
making them essential to producing active pharmaceutical ingredients, solvents, and packaging. Key derivatives like benzene, toluene, and ethylene are used to synthesize widespread medications, including aspirin, Tylenol, ibuprofen, various antibiotics,
So, I mean,
antihistamines, sedatives, tranquilizers,
it's
decongestants, chemotherapy meds, medical gel caps, tablet coatings, ointments, creams.
and they really need petro for this.
Mm. There's a comment here that says, "Geez, the pharma needs it so much." Oh, pharma needs it for so much.
That, but I'm just flustered by this. I mean, they're so creative, also creative, um, but they're so um, they're so anchored by this, and it just seems I don't know. Can't they break out of this? I don't know. I'm too flustered right now to say anything because how could they be? How could they too be so dependent on this?
You might get a comment. Um, But didn't you have an article to talk about?
Um, I got something, but it seems really it's not very long, but it's an interesting thought. Um, scientists have discovered Scientists just discovered there's actually something faster than the speed of light. It's a factual. I don't know if there's no. Uh, Scientists experimentally confirmed that we've known to be true, or for half a century, darkness can travel faster than light. So it's darkness that can travel faster than light. Do you know
Mm,
anything that can possibly? So here's what you'll learn in this story. Although people often say nothing travels faster than the speed of light, this cosmic speed often or only pertains to particles with information or mass. Darkness, the simple absence of photons, contains neither, and a new experiment confirms the 50-year-old hypothesis that dark can exceed 200,099 700,092 458 meters per second. So that's darkness can. Researchers confirmed this fact of physics by analyzing dark points within a single wavelength of polarization, which travels roughly 100 times slower than light in a vacuum. That's all I'm going to read of that. But what do you make of that?
Um, I don't know how well. Would the speed of light be like based on from the time the light comes on, like you flick it and then? Because I don't know how to measure the speed of light. You guys gotta help me with this one.
Well, I'm trying to read more into this, but uh, apparently this has been around for a long time. Obviously, 50 years, but uh,
I mean, darkness isn't actually a thing. So when you define an absence of a thing and characterize it in relativistic terms, which state that matter and information cannot be accelerated beyond the speed of light in the given medium, um, then it's a misapplication of the theory of relativity. Because, if you have a photon here and a photon here, both created at the same point, but then they travel at the speed of light in opposite directions, then the darkness grows at double the speed of light. But the darkness isn't a thing, it's just the
I,
photons are going. So I don't think that that's really, if
right.
I'm, unless I'm misunderstanding.
I'm not understanding 100% either, but apparently, right. Yeah, yeah. The darkness, the absence of photons, contains neither. Uh,
Mm.
wait, what do they mean by that?
And
It,
there's
it,
also
it looked like a cool headline, so I clicked on it. But
there's also subatomic particles called neutrinos that have zero mass. They're hypothesized to um, be superluminal from the outset. So um, they don't violate relativity and the speed limit of the speed of light because they're not accelerating past the speed of light. They exist beyond the speed of light to begin with. So they're not accelerating. And B, they have no mass, um, and therefore E equals mc squared. M is zero. So, you know, that c squared can just go, and the E
Right.
is just arbitrary. So neutrinos have been detected, and so they do exist. Superluminal particles do exist. So it just
Uh,
it requires a
So what they're
careful
referring to is dark points within light waves, not
um,
not dark,
there's
not
some
darkness.
light waves as opposed to the photons. Then
It's the same thing. Light waves and photons are
it's not the same.
there's
I
some
know.
help.
Of course, I gotta be that stickler, but
No.
Um,
You can be a stickler here. Photons and light waves. Some people I know string theory out here. Are photons waves or particles? I know, but I
yes,
think I think in this
they
article
are.
they're
They are both.
right.
And
I
you
think in
can't,
this article,
yeah,
yeah.
it's a really cool. I've even actually
there's a
accidentally
comment here.
discovered, I've seen an interference pattern produced by a laser, like a cat toy laser that I had. I accidentally like turned it to set some weird, like it made the face of like a little smiley face or something, but when I projected it on the wall, I could see the interference pattern that was created by the little thing that it put in front of it. It created that. So it's cool. Even just a little laser pointer, you can see and prove light is it a wave? Yeah. Yeah, it's a wave. Is it a particle? Yeah, definitely.
Hmm.
Um, is it
Um,
one or the other? Yeah.
Hmm.
What are you looking at it? That's the question.
Yeah.
um, comments came up about 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes ago. That's why I raised my hand, and we're not even talking about that anymore. I don't even know why I should bring it up.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'd like to hear it.
Yeah.
Uh, it says, I think that has something to do with how different the HC frequencies bend, bend differently. Small quote. However, the frequency does affect how a wave behaves when it changes mediums or travels through certain materials, which can create the perception of different speed. I have no idea what that
Yeah.
is because you guys were
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
too fast.
Yeah, the speed of light is not absolute either. That's another thing. The speed of light depends on what the light is traveling through. So when people say the speed of light, the c in E equals mc squared, that speed of light is the speed of light in a complete vacuum. So that's the max absolute for the universe. But, in a pool of water, the speed of light is much slower. The photons moving through a liquid travel at a different rate than photons moving through the atmosphere, which travel at a different rate than photons moving through the vacuum of space. So, uh, relativity is all relative.
Yes. Okay. I'm looking further into this. So, to figure out what they mean by darkness. Um, uh,
Hmm.
and the experiment they used. Apparently, additionally, the experiment relied on a thin hexagonal boron nitride flake, a material in which light transforms into a light sound waves known as polaritons. Polaritons. The quasi-particle is essentially a light matter hybrid that crucially slows down the speed of light by roughly 100 times compared to light traveling in a vacuum, still much faster than the speed of sound. It's in this state that the dark point vortices can be seen surpassing the speed of light. So that's what it depends on, these vortices. And um, this is a little.
There's another interesting phenomenon, just a side note, um, an interesting phenomenon visible in nuclear reactors is called Cherenkov radiation. It occurs in a nuclear reactor pool when um, the reaction is releasing alpha particles. Those alpha particles are released at the speed of light, uh, but the reactor is submerged in a, pool of water, the cooling water. So those alpha particles going at the speed of light are traveling faster than the speed of light in the medium that they're at. So they're releasing this Cherenkov radiation as a process of their slowing down. And that Cherenkov radiation is a blue glow. Um, so the color of the blue glow that you see inside of a nuclear reactor when you look down into the reactor core is the same color as the Millennium Falcon's like exhaust thing when they kick on the engines, that blue coming out. So that's something, when sci-fi nerds try to go and justify and explain all of the science behind all of the cool little visual effects and everything. A lot of the Star Wars people, when they saw that, were like, "Oh, you see, they're acknowledging, the Cherenkov radiation in the show. It's actually more scientific than you give it credit for." You're like, okay,
You don't watch Star Wars for the science, you watch it for the fun. That's,
yes,
but I can imagine, yeah, that's,
yes, more like I don't know, more like if more
it's
like
fun to
space
dissect it.
fantasy
Yeah.
than science fiction, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm just splitting hairs and
Oh no, it's that's the whole point. You gotta analyze stuff like that. It's that's fun too. Yeah.
yeah, it's not meant to be studied and taken that seriously, you mean?
I mean, do you think in Star Trek, do you think we'll ever have like transport matter or trans uh the hell am I thinking about? Transport
Yeah, the transporters, matter
yeah, whatever.
transport, or
What the hell was I thinking of?
matter
Yeah,
synthesizers, or
yeah,
the
all that stuff.
holodeck.
We could
Oh,
have matter synthesizers, something like 3D printers, but that's
maybe.
not
I don't
it's
know.
not the same thing,
Yeah.
you know.
Um, yeah, I think Star Trek's kind of in the same category, space fantasy. Or I guess, soft sci-fi is
Yeah,
more
it is.
the
Yeah.
the yeah. But I kind of like a bit more of the hard leaning sci-fi, so in that kind of bit of a purist in that regard. So I kind of feel like the
Mhm.
fantasy is a little bit more in line with the way those tales unfold, you know?
Mhm.
It kind of
Yeah,
reminded
but
me more of the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, but in space and with a bit of a religious, well, with a bit, I don't know, Lord of the Rings, I guess maybe a bit less of the religious allegorical overtones. We don't have like a Jesus figure in Star Trek guiding the main character.
I never saw that. I mean, it was
Well,
no.
Gandalf,
I think they were
Gandalf
life
going,
lessons.
dying, returning robed in white, taking Frodo off to live with the Valar, taking him in a ship.
Okay, in Lord of the
He
Rings,
returns to the Shire and Saruman had taken over and it's up to Frodo to free it and Gandalf the White comes and I don't know, I always it's not as overt as like Aslan, but I still saw that as maybe it's just me growing up in a
okay.
Christian
Yeah, I just
Protestant.
thought it was a classic good versus evil, thing. What do you got, Pookie?
There's three comments. One says, "Hello, my friends," and one says, "I have a feeling transporter would be almost compared to a wormhole, only opening and closing at time of transportation." And hi, Jenna. Jenna is a person, I'm assuming. It says, "Hey, Jenna."
Hey
Yeah.
Jenna. I don't know who Jenna is.
I'll say hi to
Hello,
Jenna
Jenna.
too. Hi, Jenna.
Hey Jen.
Now,
Um,
the thing about
Jenna
wormholes
tells you.
is,
I'm kidding.
you still got, what do you, anything else,
No, I
Pookie?
was just, um, go ahead.
Wormholes are theoretical and microscopic um, at that much.
well, but
Um,
in the math, there's no reason that they have to be only ever microscopic, you know.
I think, oh, geez,
I don't know.
excuse me. Yeah, I think I don't want to bring out another book while we're talking. And
Oh,
But my understanding of the transporters, the way they talk about them and the way that they function in the storylines is that they like scan your body and all of the molecules in your body and like disassemble it
right,
and then take it and then transmit a signal over to somewhere else and then using something akin to like the matter like the synthesizer
right, sort of like
they
that.
go and create put atoms together that become a an exact physical representation of the human being that was standing on the ship.
Yeah, they break you down into energy and then reassemble you on the other platform. That's basically what.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which I think sounds like murder every time they do it. They kill the
yeah. That's
character and then just create a duplicate.
that
Oh,
that
Pookie
happens.
left. We lost Pookie. But yeah, that's that's happened a couple of times. Well, not necessarily happened, but they always like I don't know. I guess they don't always. Tuvix, right? Tuvix was they killed Janeway killed straight up murdered Tuvix,
And
sort of. I don't
it
know.
happened to Riker.
He was Tuvix was begging not to be disentangled, but yeah, it happened to Riker. It happened. They did it in well, I guess no spoilers, but it happens in lower decks. No spoilers beyond that. Um, but yeah,
Eh,
the transporter clone problem is a thing in
yeah.
Star Trek.
That's,
And if
Scotty did it to himself. He
Scotty did,
yeah, he did it in Next Generation because his ship was being destroyed. So what he did was he locked himself as energy in the transporter,
in the buffer,
and he was locked in there for 86 years, and they took him out. So yeah,
okay.
he was a form of energy. His body was trapped as energy for 86 years.
Yeah. I mean, so another thing that always bothered me when they talk about the pattern buffer in the transporters, like it sounds like just a memory drive, like storage drive. And
Mhm.
it sounds like they're just basically just deleting the data after reassembling it. Like, why do they need to delete the data? Why don't they just, keep that pattern in the buffer and
I guess
re
because the former data would be would that be right for data to clone someone? Could you use that data to make another person? I don't know.
make an army of transporter clones, right?
Yeah.
Something. Yeah.
What do you got, Pookie? Hammers
Imagine,
up.
imagine if they had done that to data. Oh my gosh, if we had a whole army of data duplicates. Oh,
A
That was a
person
good
said
episode.
there's a comment that said that was a good episode. Uh, I was trying to get
Yeah.
it in while you guys were on that topic. Trying to come in
There's
with.
a,
Um,
mm,
you guys got anything? Because I got a few things. I keep stuff. I thought we were all doing our homework so we can come ready. I'm doing the homework.
I
sorry.
know, I know.
I
I
had
got an article
tension in
here.
the other room. I had to go diffuse. Did I miss anything?
Yeah.
No, nothing at all. Uh, yeah.
Ooh.
People watching, press that thumbs up. Um, like the video, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. If you love us, talk to us in the comments. We try to respond. Um,
Mhm.
I mean,
and
if you don't love
yeah,
us, tell us in the
post.
comments why.
Tell us what you want to hear.
Help us improve. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got those messages to help you improve.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
good. We got some work
Oh,
to
no,
do. Is that what you're saying?
huh?
We've got some work to do. Is that what you're saying?
We got some feedback. What do you guys think we should implement? How should we do things? Are we doing anything wrong? Is there something you see your favorite channel could use? Saying that this is your favorite channel?
What would it take to
I think
make
they love
this
us for
your
who we
favorite
are.
channel? How about that?
Wait, say that again?
What would it take to make this your favorite channel?
I was already just assuming this is their favorite channel.
Right, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. If it isn't, what would it take? How can we
Yeah.
become your favorite people?
More perfect.
Yes.
We can pay for subscriptions.
Do you want,
Give
yeah.
everybody $1.
Mhm.
No, I'm passing on that. I seen that. I seen that. It was a maybe. I think it was an. I think it was a. He was a rapper, and he went to the mall and threw all these dollar bills off of the balcony, and they all had a little sticker on it to a song on Spotify. Go listen to this song, and that's how he promoted it. That was very interesting. I'm gonna throw 100 ones off of a balcony. I think he said 1,000. 1,000 ones off of a balcony with stream this. It had the little barcode so you can scan it and take you to the song and stuff. It's a good advertising. How do you guys think we could advertise this podcast? But I have another article here. But a comment popped up before I said anything, and someone said, of course, it had to do with religion and also government worker, and also a government worker, LOL. What conversation were we in where that came? When that came up,
Or is that what
was
what
the
it would take to
conversation.
make us their favorite? They want us to argue more about religion, and
Oh,
I can
no.
argue about
This
religion.
probably
That's
had
not a
something to
problem
do
for
with what we
me.
were talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
Is that what they want to see? Just like
no, I
uh
think that comment had something to do with something you guys were talking about. Um, they come in when
oh,
you're talking, so they got to be a part of what you're talking about while you're talking about it instead of
okay.
talking about it once you're done talking about it. Uh,
What? Now I'm lost.
I'm reading the comments as I'm getting them, but I'm also reading them out loud to you guys. But if we wait till you're done talking about it, then you're
Yeah,
done
but we're
talking about
talking when you raise your hand. Like we can't just like stop, the magic
it. Yeah.
when you know.
Yeah, when I'm on a roll, if I stop talking, I'm just gonna lose it. And if I'm, yeah, well,
I'll keep that in mind. We will. Um,
Can we get the
Someone said yes.
comments up
My
here?
comment, a comment just popped up, and it's the same person about the other comment. They said yes. My comment before was about teleportation, and that was when you guys were talking about Star Trek. I think
Yeah. And
I didn't really watch it, so I wouldn't know anything about it at all. Not one bit.
wow. You need to watch Star Trek then. You have Paramount Plus. You have no excuse.
Right.
yeah.
No excuse. Yeah, my mom actually pointed out, does everything have to be a documentary? And I was like, you could have told me that years ago. I would have stopped
And
watching everything with documentaries and learning stuff. Uh, well, I didn't say that, but yeah.
Mark, did you say Star Trek was religious or and it's just like because yeah, it did have
Lord of
it
the
was
Rings.
okay, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think I saw a statement from Jonathan Frakes. He said that of course Star Trek was political. Everything about it was political and we touched
Yeah,
on everything. I don't know,
yeah.
I don't know if it
I
was
It's
didn't know
Frakes
that.
or
I thought it was obvious that it was political from the
oh yeah,
beginning. I don't
definitely.
know. I, I was talking
Now I might watch.
talking about it at lunch a while ago, and my dad was surprised when I brought that up. It's like, well, yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, come on. Post scarcity society, they're talking about complete meritocracy and no money and everything. I mean, it's kind of basically a communist utopia, essentially post scarcity, um, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. We work to better ourselves and for the benefit of all mankind. I mean, that's all, no
Oof.
judgment or anything, but that's all kind of Marxist at its core, or originally. I don't know.
I mean, it would work in theory.
in a
That's
in an
always what it's
entirely
been, a theory.
post-scarcity society where absolutely every material need can be met with absolutely no effort or material cost or input, then yeah, everybody can just be artisans and bakers and, do what just pleases them most. But
Isn't that a Rick and Morty episode where they
it
essentially
seems,
called our bluff?
I'm sorry.
The Rick and Morty episode where the dinosaurs came back and called our bluff
I
on,
mean,
I would
I
I
didn't
compare
don't
it
think
to
that
know.
was
that.
There's a lot of oversimplification and a lot of that. Even Star Trek had to walk back on a lot of their early communist idealism because you think about eventually they introduced the Ferengi. By the time they got around to Deep Space Nine, they were running an entire financial district and stuff for a
Right.
non for a society that is um, not based on any financial currency.
Yeah.
The mid to later Star Trek episodes really started to look more like late stage capitalism oligarchy with a bit of communist ideals at the top, but pragmatically, the way you get stuff done is greasing palms of the grease, like the sleazy people in the middle between the foot soldiers and the ideologues.
Deep
Um,
Space Nine was a lot more. I'm sorry. What do you got for me?
Someone
Uh,
said Star Trek sure was political. Even the original series was originally hated.
hate it.
yeah, first interracial kiss. Oh my gosh, that was on TV. I
Mm-hmm.
think I think well blanking on his name now.
Oh,
Shatner.
Shatner.
William
Yeah,
Shatner
still
deserves a
looking
lot
good.
of deserves a lot of credit for that. I heard in a story that he was um, intentionally sabotaging that scene. They had to shoot it, and reshoot it and reshoot it. And they were like, we can't have you kissing Uhura. She's, a black lady. So why don't you, hug her, like look into the camera or something. And, so he hugged her and, looked straight into the camera and was like, crossed his eyes and were like, okay, we can't use that shot. He kept doing stuff, sabotaging what it looked like so that they had no choice but to, okay, we've got one last shot, no more film, we can't do anything with it, you got to get it right this time. And in that one, he kissed, he kissed her, and they had to go with that. And yeah, it was not received well in a lot of the country. Um,
Oh yeah, they were dicks.
There's
So
yeah, he
there's a
he
comment.
deserves
It
to be
says
commended.
DS9 mini compared to the fall of the USSR and that which came after.
Hmm.
interesting.
Yeah,
That's Star Trek related because I don't know what it has
yes.
related.
Deep Space Nine is a Star Trek series. Came after the Next Generation.
Uh,
Um,
it was
so that was in the later 90s.
very arced. The characters, whereas Next Generation told uh, very uh, aesopical, I guess, stories and
Yeah,
moral
individual,
stories. Yeah,
episodic. Yeah.
right. Uh, it, DS9 was very arc and the characters had, and it got into very complicated issues over the years, over this
Yeah,
and
first
yeah,
time that the
about war,
Federation
yeah, and
actually
greed,
joined
the
the meat
Ferengis,
patent
yeah,
law.
and religion, actually with the Bajorans and stuff like that. Yeah, it was good.
Another comment just popped up and it said, what was that?
It was James. Yeah,
Uh,
he's gone.
I removed. This isn't just people just joining. You can see, guys. We got to change the password. Uh, the comment that just popped up said, "The birth of many countries is what I meant by what came after."
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, the fall of the Cardassian Empire, leaving leaving Bajor and the I wonder, it's also a bit like well, Bajor, did they want to join the Federation? I wonder if they're kind of drawing a parallel to British Mandate Palestine and post World War One. They're probably not reaching that far back. I don't know. They could.
There was
But
one
yeah,
band episode.
Israel war was not that long ago when this Deep Space Nine was started. Um, yeah,
um, I got an article. If you guys don't have anything, I do have something. Just been waiting for you guys to bring out the articles.
I got no
I got
articles.
something on original. Oh, you got something? Go ahead.
I got hold on. When we
Oh,
discussed last night, I'm kind of running low on steam here too. But one wait, where'd it go? Fireball. Okay, yeah. Sentient food. Uh, excuse me. American horses are still being slaughtered for meat. 83% of Americans oppose slaughtering horses for food, yet efforts to ban horse meat remain stalled. Nearly 2 decades ago, the United States selectively shut down domestic horse slaughter operations with a change to federal funding rules. The North American horse meat industry has since declined, but it's not gone entirely. While horse slaughter has ceased within the United States itself, the slaughter of American horses for meat has not. It has simply shifted across borders. Today, thousands of U.S. horses, including pets, workhorses, racehorses, and rodeo horses, are still purchased at auctions and shipped to Canada and Mexico for slaughter, according to a report by advocacy groups Animal Wellness Action, Center for Humane Economy, and Animals Angels. Advocates and experts cite significant animal welfare concerns with the industry and have been pushing for it to cease completely rather than relocate. These advocates say that a combination of pending legislation, growing public awareness, and tighter export controls could bring this dwindling horse meat trade to an end. Most Americans agree, according to a 2022 poll commissioned by the ASPCA. 83% of Americans oppose slaughtering horses for food. Efforts to ban slaughtering horses for meat have largely stalled. In 2024, nearly 3,000 horses were transported to Canada for slaughter. Over 17,000 were exported to Mexico. A stark decline from the 2010s when annual exports to each country frequently exceeded 50,000 for both Canada and Mexico. We've seen these big drops, which is encouraging, but we're never going to get to zero, barring passage of federal legislation that would actually prohibit the export of horses to Canada and Mexico for human consumption. Yeah, it goes on quite a bit. Wow. quite a bit. That's like a
I'd say
third of it.
how good well, how much is horse meat selling? Like, is it making a lot of money for whoever's selling it? Because I mean,
I mean,
not like a commodity like chicken or anything or like whatever the case.
that
How much does it
buying a
sell for?
horse is less expensive than the meat of the horse is, including shipping it across the border. So,
Early enough to make a profit. I mean,
yeah,
are they
I don't
farming
know.
it or
I think that it looks like they're just buying them from auctions that would otherwise not be um, livestock auctions, like for the meat industry. They're buying like pet horses and or what are being auctioned for pets. And then they're just sending them off to slaughterhouses in Canada. But um, yeah, I don't know. It's horses can be difficult to stun and slaughter without suffering.
Yeah.
Right. Uh, Tufts University. Okay, a veterinary behaviorist and professor emeritus at Tufts University has reviewed video footage of almost 200 horses being killed by a captive bolt, a gun that releases and retracts a metal bolt into the skull. It is not a technique that lends itself to slaughter, he writes to Sentient in an email. Horses are often spooked and provide a moving target, and that target, the brain, is the size of a grapefruit inside a 13-gallon garbage can. He describes, adding that it is easy to miss. Many horses require multiple shots to bring them down. One horse I viewed on video took 9 shots. Yeah.
you
Oh,
know, that's I don't is this illegal in the United States? I would assume it is. I mean,
I mean, it's illegal to slaughter them in the United States, so they just sell them to Mexico and
oh,
Canada.
okay.
Um, I don't know. I don't know if it's the people who are selling them, if it's the same people, or if it's the people abroad who are buying, like continuing to buy them and just ignoring the federal law instead of, you know,
And if it's not a farm, well, what do you got, Pookie? Huh?
Two comments here. One says people eat horse with a question mark. I
yeah,
was shocked when I found out a few months ago about kangaroo being eaten, but had no clue about horse meat. Another comment after that says horse meat was actually a French thing, tenderloin and tartare, due to its apparently a sweeter taste than beef. Sweeter is in quotes, but yeah, uh, we have guests that have heard of it, and we have people who have not.
yeah.
Where would I purchase some horse if I wanted to? Someone please let me know that
Overseas,
in the
not here.
audience.
It's illegal here in the United States. Um,
Oh, never mind then.
yeah,
I would
you
not like
gotta
to know.
go over to Europe.
And if you're in Canada, don't tell them you're an American. First of all, and don't order horse meat. I don't know. Get something good up
I'm not
there.
gonna eat it.
Mm,
Yeah,
Someone
get some
says, "Damn it, I
poutine
was
if
eating
you're in
lunch."
Canada. Don't buy a horse steak.
yeah, protein. Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's
Some said, "Damn it, I was eating lunch." Well, there goes my appetite. And someone said, "Quebec?" with some question marks.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's a good point. Canada, French, Quebec. I didn't make that connection. Yeah.
mm. Well, they eat a lot of
Oh
weird
yeah,
stuff in France. I mean,
yeah. They got French Canadian.
I don't want to
Uh,
Google the weird stuff they eat in Europe, but some kind of bizarre cheese that takes years to form. But oh man, I'm gonna look that up. I think it's
I
illegal.
got another article if you guys are ready.
Yeah.
I got plenty, but I do have one here, and it's basically just human trafficking. They're selling their organs, so it's organ trafficking essentially. But there's a bunch of different articles here with. I had to look it up because Mark said bring more than one source, so I did that. And there's somebody who wrote an article, and it says, "For me, there was no other choice inside the global illegal organ trade. I spoke to dozens of people, from donors to brokers, to find out how this exploitative trade thrives in chaos and desperation." It says they traveled at night for what seems like hours, but it was difficult to tell. Jonas was blindfolded and drowsy from the Xanax. Oh, wow. They gave him. He wasn't sure where he was, but he could smell salt in the air when the car stopped. Jonas heard Ali, the other passenger, wind down his window and light a cigarette. The driver sat motionless, breathing heavily. Several minutes passed in silence. Then Jonas heard a pinging noise. Someone's phone had received a message. The door next to Jonas was open, and two men escorted him into a building after they took off his blindfold. The men walked down a long corridor and took the stairs to the basement. There was Jonas entered a room where a man dressed in blue scrubs was talking to Ali, the broker who had brought him here. He assumes the other man was a doctor who would perform the surgery. Before Jonas could ask any other questions, he was taken to another room where he was told to change into surgical gown and wait for a medical attendant to prepare the anesthetic. Yeah, it says as he waited, Jonas thought of his parents at home in Eritrea. His younger brother conscripted into military service. His sister destined to a life of servitude. He hoped his sacrifice would help them. The attendant came in. The needle scratched his arm. Fluorescent lights gave away gave way to the darkness. Jonas made 3 attempts to reach Europe, twice from Libya and once from Egypt, but each time he tried, he was detained and forced to pay large sums of money between $3,000 to $7,000 for his release. Um, yeah, there's a long story by this guy, but yeah, what do you guys think about that? It's really common. It looks like in places that are very poor, like India, um, parts of India, it's naming, and some of Northern Africa. There's a lot of this article, and in Pakistan, it says, uh, "Sell your organs to help your family."
Yeah, I can totally see that in other places. Yeah.
It says Pakistan, Egypt, Bangladesh, India, Turkey, the Philippines, and China have been identified as centers of organ trafficking.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's just
There's a picture of a guy with a scar like down his side right here, and it does not look like they made it easy to heal because it looks disgusting. But yeah, doing surgeries here, you wouldn't have had a scar like what I'm looking at. Uh, I'll send you that link, Kevin, so you're not looking. It's curious. You look like you're wondering what the hell is he talking about.
no, I believe you. I mean, people would. uh, sell
I
lungs
said,
and kidneys and part of their liver, but yeah.
Well, a lot of those cultures, the loyalty to the family is first and foremost above all. Like when you're listing off those nations where these incidents are most common, um, every single one of them up until you got to China were all vastly Muslim majority countries, and in those cultures, the like you are you to serve your family first, and loyalty to the family above all. Um, it it is really unsurprising that sacrifice of oneself, the child, for the good of the family, the parents, is happening like that there. Um, it's a shame. And where are these organs going? Who is buying them?
Rich
What
people.
is,
uh,
yeah, but where? Who? Like, these are, you know,
Oh, I would imagine there's a network for everything.
yeah,
You know,
yeah, I believe I read the article and it said something like some billions, or let's see. Yeah, basically there was billions being made off the organ trafficking trade. Um, I have so many tabs open for it that yeah, I'm just gonna tell you there was a lot made off of this. Um, yeah. Oh, it says right here. Um, Driven by the worldwide shortage of ethical transplant organs, this illicit trade generates from 840 million to 1.7 billion annually from approximately 12,000 illegal transplants. Hmm. So that is a lot of money. It says how they do it illegally harvesting typical falls into three categories of exploitation: coercion and deception, equaling victims are often lured with false jobs, offers, and promises of large payouts, some between 500 to 10,000, but many receive little to no payout after surgery. Um, Another way would say it says medical fraud victims may be misled into believing they require a necessary operation only to have an organ removed while under anesthesia without their consent. Another way they're lured in is forced extraction. In extreme cases, victims are kidnapped or even murdered on demand to fulfill specific organ orders. Uh, yeah.
yeah. I
Um,
mean, if you're particularly unethical and well connected in a market like this that has extremely high demand, um, you get more organs by killing the person, right? Take them all, not just the kidney.
yeah.
How many
Once
of
you're
these
under,
victims are
and
just completely disappearing?
yeah, yeah, it's pretty
there's
awful.
a couple comments here. One comment says, I had my gallbladder removed and part of my pancreas. I wish I could have got some money for it or had
Mhm.
it help others out. Right. And the other one was talking about horse. It says, I've eaten all kinds of sushi and escargot once, but I don't know why. Horse and kangaroo are just gross me out. Yeah, I wouldn't eat horse or kangaroo.
I would eat
But
kangaroo. I
I'd eat
mean,
kangaroo. Yeah,
I,
I've heard kangaroo tail
actually,
in particular is like a really good, like a red meat kind of
I think I
lean.
heard about it at Um,
It's very normal down there.
there
I
was a
mean,
restaurant, a burger chain, uh, that actually sold it, and they moved from the area I lived in. Forgot the name of it though. Uh,
I'm trying to not eat. My plan is to not be eating meat at all one day, but as of now, yeah, I would probably try it.
yeah,
I got a list of oh, sorry.
I don't know. Anybody watching? Press that thumbs up button and press the little bell so you know when to watch us or when we go live.
I got a list of the most prohibited foods across the world. There's haggis, they banned that. Um,
What,
So
haggis?
Tasu,
hold on.
yeah,
Please explain
that's
what that is.
you don't know what haggis is? Oh man, I'm not gonna.
Like a
That's
sheep's stomach filled with
yeah,
what stuff?
yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, that's authentic Scottish version is banned because it contains sheep lung and a bunch of other yeah, a bunch of other stuff. Let me see, we got Tasu Marzu. This Sardinian maggot cheese is banned because the live larvae can survive stomach acid and damage the intestines. Ew,
Right.
yummy. Fugu.
No.
Familiar with fugu?
Huh?
The pufferfish. It's
Oh, yeah, if you like nick that little thing just slightly, it can kill you.
yeah. Oh my God,
I wouldn't try that one.
tetrodotoxin. Yeah, that's what. Oh my God, the show I'm watching. You gotta watch Common Side Effects. It's such a good episode. Oh my God. No spoilers though. Um, and I'm just gonna read one more. Ortoland. Oh, that's so sad. I don't want to ruin everyone's day, but
What?
uh,
Come on, man.
Ortoland, Ortoland bunting. It's a tiny songbird, and Ortoland bunting. It's a tiny songbird, once considered a French delicacy, and it's force-fed, and then you drown it in wine as oh, it's I, I think I've seen it done uh, in a cartoon. How it's done. Oh,
Isn't
it's
it
very
also like consumed whole, like
yeah.
beak and all, like crunch, 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 crunch?
Yes.
Yeah. So like every step of the process is distasteful. Yeah, I don't think I would try that one.
No, neither would I. It's,
I mean, I've
Um,
tried
I
haggis. I've tried to
maybe I would.
I
probably
didn't.
just
What I didn't hear
I
you say
remember
was
there was a 4chan
everything soup.
post a while like way back in the 4chan days back when it was actually good. And
Yeah.
they had a contest, worst um worst potato chip flavor contest. Um and there were things some of my favorites were um toothpaste and orange juice. But the best I thought was haggis and watermelon.
Ooh.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
In the comments, I got a comment that says they banned haggis. What? And there's question marks. So this person was didn't know about that, obviously. And
It,
someone said fugu is nuts.
Well, I guess no potato chips can be worse than the Lay's Olestra.
There was shark fins, and shark fin soup is actually on there. But
Good.
there's places that I see that, and I don't know. Uh, shark fin soup. Uh,
Yeah.
Seen it somewhere. I forgot where, but if you're not slaying the shark, does that matter?
Uh,
Yes, because you leave the
Oh
shark
yeah,
unable to really swim and everything. They do kill the shark in order to take just the fin, basically. It's a massively
beg the
unethical
difference.
process. It is devastating the shark populations, and it's really unnecessary because the cartilage of the shark fin is not really that unique. You can get the same soup flavor with other cartilage without, you know, unethical harvesting practices. So, yeah, don't
just for
eat
fun,
shark fin soup, even if you see it offered to you. Not, yeah.
I'm gonna read
Um,
some other band stuff. Sorry,
Hold on one
what's up?
second. I
Okay.
was gonna say, Mark said they killed the shark and stuff afterwards, but
Mhm.
I actually watched a documentary. But I keep telling you guys about the one about people and stop that want to stop eating meat. Um, they were doing a documentary where they were like looking around a corner as people were like they were like getting the dolphins and stuff, catching them in a net and shit, and they would like chop off the fins and they would just throw them back in the water. They wouldn't kill them. They would just and they would the documentary they were talking about how they just
Well,
die and stuff.
yeah.
And
So
then
they don't just kill them on the spot. They leave them to die a slow,
yeah,
agonizing death out in the wild. So is that really not killing them? Or is it just killing them in an excessively torturous manner?
yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of torture.
Yeah, that's pretty
Um,
awful. But
yeah, shark fin soup is, no, bad, bad,
if
bad.
this will make you smile, though, stuff that's banned you wouldn't think is banned in France. Ketchup is banned. American ketchup.
Really?
Yeah. Use is restricted in elementary school cafeterias to protect traditional French food culture and improve nutrition. So
Because
no, let me
Americans put
see.
ketchup on everything, and that's an insult to French cuisine, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, they're giving us that. Yeah.
One of the comments here says at a Chinese restaurant at the shopping center right behind me has turtle soup, a full turtle in the shell, and the shell is in it. I wish I was making this up.
That's
Right next to the
pecan.
ranch, right next to the Ranch 99 in Fremont. You probably know where that is, Pookie. I know where Ranch 99 is, but yeah, I could probably get there and just Google it. Turtle soup is not my thing, so I won't look for it because I don't want turtle soup. But I have heard of it, and yeah. And then I watch that one guy that goes around the world and eat what he calls strange food that they sell in regular stores out there.
Yeah.
I've
Uh,
seen these one people. They were doing dumpster diving to get some chicken out of the garbage to sell back to the restaurant so they can make soup out of the bones and chicken.
Yeah, bone broth, I guess. I don't know. It's weird to be selling the restaurant's own trash back to them, but
Yes.
I I kind of don't believe that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but you know, why would a
They,
restaurant buy
they
bones?
showed it. They showed the man digging the garbage bags out that came from the restaurant and then giving them the bones.
All right, I know, but I'm also saying TV glamorizes a lot of stuff, and you know,
Yeah.
uh, they can just get bones anywhere, and why would they buy bones? I don't
Uh,
know. I'm not saying you're
I think
lying or anything.
they said it was for a soup. There was a soup that they used the bones for. That's
Yeah,
what it was.
you do make bone broth. Um, that is a good way to make soup. But
Yeah,
it
if
just
if
seems
they're taking like the customers' dishes and the leftovers off of that, and they're like cleaning all the extra stuff off of, whatever's left on the plate, and they're pulling out and getting just the bones, just the chicken bones out of it. That I guess that kind of makes sense a bit to me, that if they're actually putting some effort into processing it, that the restaurant itself didn't do. So then yeah, they're providing a service there if that's what's happening. But otherwise, yeah, it just seems weird. I don't know. Weird isn't impossible or fake. It's just weird. There's a lot of weird stuff. Mm.
Like
eh,
organ harvesting. That's very weird.
oh, any any Mountain Dew fans here?
Mark,
Don't go to Europe or Japan because it's often banned or restricted because it contains brominated vegetable oil, a flame retardant that has been linked to behavioral and reproductive issues. So no Mountain Dew in Japan or
does
Europe.
it have
So
red 40 in it?
yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
man. Give me my crushed bugs. I don't care. The cherry flavor is what I'm after.
Yeah, you can't get any ketchup or Mountain Dew in France.
Yeah, I did see that. Why ketchup?
Oh,
It actually
they
said American ketchup. So
uh did I say American ketchup? I thought
no,
all
Yeah,
I
ketchup
looked
I
at
is.
an
think it's
article on Google and it said American ketchup.
Okay. I think they're just pissed at us right now.
I wonder if
Throwing them out
yeah,
there.
I wonder if they have a European formula of Mountain Dew or something. They've got a special European formula of like Coke and
And
Pepsi and
Fanta.
everything that they sell over there because they don't allow the high fructose corn syrup. Everything has to be made with real sugar over there.
Yeah,
So,
they got a different
um,
shaped bottle for like Fantas and Coca-Colas. And I mean, of course, it's in some type of Mandarin, but yeah, the ones that they like try to show us that they're selling out there, they put them in 7-Eleven.
Wow.
yeah,
Just Coca-Cola bottles that are a little slimmer, uh, but they're taller, so you might get more.
yeah,
But yeah,
the little, yeah. Over in Germany, they had this um Mezzo mix. You guys heard of Mezzo mix?
no, I have not.
Mhm.
No. Oh, it was really good. I was surprised because I wasn't expecting it to be good, but it's a basically a 50-50 combo of Coca-Cola with orange soda. The
Okay.
two
Interesting.
together. It
Mm.
was pretty good. I yeah, I had some of that every night when I was over there. Only spent a week in Germany, but I loved it. It's very memorable. So yeah, the beverages. It's interesting what I remember. The beverages, Mezzomix was important. The
Yeah.
yeah.
There's
They
a
get like good
um,
sandwiches over there, like good meat and sandwiches in Germany, good kielbasa.
Oh, the sausages
I
were
want to go to
wonderful.
Germany.
Bratwurst, yeah. And it was in Christmas, so they had the Christmas markets in the street like downtown and everything. They were selling like spiced wine everywhere, just everyone drinking out in public in the open and stuff. Because Germany, right? You know,
Right.
Are you German?
huh?
Are you German?
N
Uh, oh,
Dutch, but
I am.
yeah,
I'm German. Uh,
akin. There's a
Nice.
kinship I feel with but it's there's also a rivalry between the Dutch and the Germans, so it can't be too can't get too friendly with them.
yeah.
Before you
But
move to that, there's something still on food. Someone says, I find American ketchup to be a bit sweeter. Um,
Well, that's probably because of the sugar in it.
my
yeah,
son is in love with barbecue sauce. So, I mean, not that we don't have ketchup, but barbecue sauce is his thing, and it's hilarious.
You could make
I
barbecue
loved
sauce with
A1.
brown sugar. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, A1 sauce was my favorite when I was young. I put it on everything.
Mm.
I'm kind of basic. I can just use random stuff. I mean, use what's in the refrigerator, whatever it is. No big preference on things. Uh,
Yeah, high fructose corn syrup. It's in there. Ketchup. For some
why?
reason, I have everything in reach. Hmm?
You have a refrigerator?
No,
Ugh. The only thing I
I
have in
just
reach is pills, water, B12, uh, yeah, meds and pills and water. My wallet, notepad, and my vape pen.
um, I don't know why. I think I know why. Just this country puts that concentrated sugar in everything. Uh, yeah, that's a problem.
um, there's a another article I have here. Well, no, it wasn't just an article. It was it was the UK overall. They got a big um, knife stabbing problem. Uh,
Oh,
I see how we are with our gun violence. They got a lot of knife violence. Uh,
Yeah, violent criminals gonna be violent whether they have a firearm or not.
yeah. Um,
Lower rates of violent crime being reported over there, but I'm not certain how they define the violent crime and how good their reporting is over there. So, yeah, I've been looking into that, trying to figure out where I stand on that, whether I consider that um a good argument in favor of uh European firearm control being a success or not. If we look at the extreme gun control over there and compare violent crime only to violent crime only, um, that still leaves other variables that need to be controlled for. So I'm doing some reading. I still have not formulated an opinion, but just wanted to put it out there that, this is important and it's not something that I'm just operating on ideological lines. So, um, I hope we can have a discussion again in the future. Um, and yeah,
Saturday.
Well, people are going to be crazy everywhere. All I know is that, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Um, I'll keep the articles open about this gun, about this knife violence because yeah, it's a big deal. So far in April, there's looks like three 21-year-old was killed with a knife in a North London park, and then Tenby Station assault. 4 people were hospitalized following a violent incident in the Pembrokeshire, with a
and
16-year-old and a 19-year-old arrested. And then still here in April, regional violence. A 21-year-old was stabbed and struck with a bottle in Gosport attack. And those are all in
how many
April.
how many of these are taking place in heavily immigrant areas? Because they've been importing significant Muslim immigrants into the country, and that's been a big concern. A lot of the native Brits have been um, raising concerns about Sharia law, no-go zones, where if you're not a Muslim, you're at risk of stuff. I wonder how many of these, they're saying knife attacks, multiple victims. Like, why are these attacks happening? What is going on? Why would there be
Uh,
multiple victims? What is and who
it's
is
easier to
doing
carry a
these
knife.
attacks? Are these attacks coming from individuals with certain backgrounds that are,
I wouldn't say that. Uh,
well, I'm,
Well,
yeah, you
it's
wouldn't say
important to
that.
know that their motive and their back. In order to prevent things in the future, we have to understand the person who does these things and why they are doing them.
um,
So,
I got something here though, but it says 4 hours ago. There's just stabbings just all day, every day. It looks like. Well, for there to be 8 days into, what is this, April,
Yeah.
and to have these 4 major stabbings. That's what it says. The 4 major stabbings this year. Uh, yeah, they got a problem there.
In the
Thoughts?
UK?
Come again?
Is it in the UK?
Yes.
Yeah, in the 12 months leading up to June 2025, England and Wales recorded 51,527 knife crime offenses, a 5% decrease from the previous year, with 196 resulting in homicide. Is it just me, or is that 51,526 knife crime offenses higher than the 46,000 firearm offenses in the United States, firearm deaths that were reported that overtook the um,
Well,
automobile deaths for the first time?
it's easier to carry a knife around than a gun, so that's
Yeah.
why I
don't
see them
know.
having more knife crimes,
And I mean,
Well,
especially
not to
knife
illegal.
start an
deaths.
argument either, but another thing that I wanted to, that I saw and I thought was important, those firearm deaths, well over 50% of those firearm deaths were suicides and not violent offenses. Um, so when you control for self-inflicted fatalities and consider only homicide, robbery, assault, accidental firearm deaths, the number is actually significantly lower than automobile deaths in 2025. Um, every firearm death is a tragedy, but
Right.
the numbers are important, and I think it's important to represent them fairly. Um, so um, I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
just
somebody who's watching this with us texted me and said, "Let's meet up and have a barbecue with horse and kangaroo."
horse kangaroo. Bring the ketchup.
No, I'm not putting any barbecue on the grill. Anything,
No
especially
horse
kangaroo.
touching your grill.
Only if you bring them chips, haggis chips.
Haggis and watermelon chip.
Oh yeah.
Or what? Wait, no. What? From Canada, we can get some poutine for the side and some all dressed potato chips. We don't get those down here in the States. The Lay's all dressed.
We get
That's a
we
special
get
Canada
crazy
thing.
flavored stuff. I know we do. Uh,
Um,
Somewhere.
a
Do we?
comment just popped up. It said maybe we should compare the number of knife owners committing such a committing such to gun owners committing such. Do some other almost odd graphs.
Yeah. Well, and also it's important to consider the overall population. Like the population of the United Kingdom in total compared to the US. I don't know the United Kingdom off the top of my head. US is a nation of 330 million.
Hmm.
Um, UK is 69.9 million. So more knife incidents than violent firearm incidents in the United States with a population significantly less than the entire United States. That seems just at
So
a
what's the
passing glance as though there's a much higher rate of violence over in the UK than there is in the US. They're just knives
Yeah.
okay?
and
What's the conclusion?
Hmm?
What will be the conclusion?
I
That
They
mean,
we
have a
should
problem.
well,
that they should get rid of gun laws, or
no.
because it seems like if they did get rid of gun laws, there'd be a lot of violent people with guns. It seems they
And a
have a
lot of
violence
innocent
problem.
people would be able to defend themselves better.
Mm.
I don't know. There's two sides to every position, and you're definitely right. It would open access to bad people, but there's a lot more good people than bad people.
Yes.
Hopefully, hopefully. I mean, I guess it might be changing, but you know, I don't know. I just,
I would like to see numbers on mental health over there.
yeah.
Why?
Um,
What's going on?
I
Um,
Well, in the
just
immigration, also, how much of the violence is being committed by the immigration demographics? How much of that is necessary for their GDP versus um, I don't know. I don't know why they're
the one I was talking about earlier. Um, the article I have here. It says Tembe train station stabbing sees 4 injured as 16-year-old arrested. Uh, Another article said he was going on a stabbing spree, and yeah, it's a lot.
I mean, I think there's a lot of factors in here.
Did I
People
read
have
the
become.
article?
Hmm? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, read the article.
Oh, I was going to say, should I read the article? The article says several
Um,
people have been injured at a Tembe railway station after police were called to the scene following reports of serious disorder with a group of youth. Police confirmed. Multiple people have suffered stab wounds following an incident of serious disorder at a train station in Wales. The incident occurred last night, April 7th at around 9:50 p.m. and reportedly involved a group of youth. According to the police, Powys police confirmed 16-year-old and a 19-year-old man have been arrested. 4 youths were injured during the incident at received medical treatment. Police reported that one of the individuals was in possession of a knife that resulted in injuries, but did not specify if those were arrested. Both the 16 and 19-year-old have been arrested on suspicion of Section 18 assault. Those injured are not believed to be life-threatening. I just keep thinking that it's way easier to keep a knife around than to keep a gun around over there. It's illegal. At least I know in California you can carry a hunting knife too, one of those little bitty ones, uh, which is still dangerous. You can't do a drive-by with it, so most people don't keep them around.
I mean, you'd have to, the logistics would have to be a little different, but you could still jump out of a car and go,
Well, actually, it could be
and
like
then hop back in.
the motorcycle drive-by, like it started in Miami.
Yeah.
They could do the motorcycle and hop off. That would be too much. I don't know what I'm talking about crime, giving people advice on how to slice.
I,
Like the way you
If you
said
need
that.
advice on slicing
these
cheese,
people
I
aren't
got
exactly ninjas. They don't have swords and, yeah, they're not,
They could.
yeah.
I don't think that
And
like a samurai sword is illegal for like a collection or whatnot, just sharpen the blade a little bit, you know.
you said a samurai sword is illegal.
No, I don't think I said I don't think a samurai sword is illegal for like collecting or whatever. And
Oh,
then you just, you sharpen it up a little bit and pow. You're
well, I can see a person with a samurai sword coming as opposed to a person with a, small knife. They could just come in 1, 2, 3 in the kidney. This is getting weird.
I've heard
uh,
self-defense experts talking about a knife being a more dangerous situation if you're in a close quarters confrontation, like somebody with a knife, the the human reaction time, you know, they can plunge a knife in and back before a human can even see and start to react. So a knife being held at knife point is a lot more dangerous than a lot of people really realize. So, um, yeah,
yeah.
it's
Uh,
um,
right here it says teacher dies in school stabbing. This is 2 days ago. School stabbing after student launches attack at the gates. A Russian language teacher has been killed after a schoolboy launched an attack at the school gates. The boy in question has been arrested and police have launched an investigation. Why?
in the
Teacher.
Do you have
UK.
any context on these?
This is actually in Russia.
Oh, this is Russia. Oh, who cares?
Yeah. It says a teacher has died after a student allegedly attacked her at the school gates. The schoolboy suspected of wounding and killing the male teacher was reported held back a year several times. Wow. And was already known to the police in Russia.
That
The Perm
that's
Cry
mean.
prosecution office has launched an investigation into the schoolboy's attack on the teacher of the city of Dobryanka. That's an interesting name. Dobryanka.
Sounds like
Dobryanka.
you got it as close as anybody else here could.
Dobryanka. Yeah. Knife crimes are up over there.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, times are weird. I know this isn't really a good assessment, but times are weird. People are really tense, and they're living in a virtual world online, and that's where they get all their information, and they become isolated and more crazy and
It's
more
easy to find
pressured.
echo chambers when in that
Yes,
isolation. Yeah.
and I think one day they just pop, and yeah, that's my
Well, can I
assessment.
just an
Absolutely.
observation here? Like people also, want a lot of the same fundamental things. Like we, well, Americans here, we all want a lot of the same fundamental things. We want safety and, and what the firearm thing is just what keeps coming back. It seems to be the biggest um, touchstone. But at the very, very, very root cause, the first principles of what we're aiming for in all of everything that we're doing with these debates is safety, right? I want to feel safe. Kevin, you want to feel safe, right?
Sure.
Pookie, you want to be safe. So
Right.
the question is, how do we make ourselves safe? How do we make the society as safe as possible for as many people as possible while keeping
Mm.
freedoms as uninfringed as possible? I don't know. Maybe freedoms aren't aren't an issue, aren't a priority for some people, but I mean they are for me. But that's where we start diverging, right? Safety, but then the how. And then we go further and further apart. And that's how, we end up with the gun camp, Second Amendment, and the anti-gun camp, um, uh, how do we, I mean, it's like we need to go back a little bit and realize that the common ground is we want safety. If we work from that point, as opposed to arguing from the already divided points that really can never have any common ground, right? Um, yeah, how do we, I don't know. It was just a thought that occurred to me, we're all, it's the same desire. It's just a different opinion on, and I don't know.
All right.
It's interesting. I don't think I fully understand the details, the step by step, the reasoning that Kevin, that you have gone through from your experience to where you see the ideal resolution for our society. I don't understand that because my step by step reasoning is kind of a completely different initial reaction. So I don't understand. and maybe this is something we should save and elaborate on in another conversation. But
I think so.
um,
Until
I
next
don't know.
time, to
I
everybody
want to hear.
watch.
Yeah, I want to hear what. Yeah.
No,
Um,
I was just trying to give you
yeah.
let you know we can end it here.
Yeah. Yeah. Coming up on 6 hours. This seems like a good spot. We're getting good at these long ones. Take up the whole day over here in Florida. Whole
Well, I mean, I
afternoon.
gotta do my homework and then I come ready. You guys gotta have your articles ready because I have like
Hey,
six, seven ready.
I had several. I got some stuff. We got and Kevin, his late start, but his input was great. I think
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
got a good
it was an
late
episode.
excellent day
starts.
today.
The input was great.
Yeah,
Uh, and you guys can tell the audience to check us out some other time.
check us out. Yeah,
Next time,
like, thumbs
Saturday,
up,
we're going to talk about
subscribe,
gun violence
Mhm.
bell
again.
notification, all the good stuff. You know,
Yeah, if you
spread the
want to hear us talk
news.
about gun
Tell
violence, we're going to do
yeah,
that again on Saturday. And we're
Want to
most
hear
likely
from you
going to have some
guys? Yeah,
folks, I mean,
let's
some
hear.
guests to hear some more opinions. Press that thumbs up and see you guys
Smash.
later.
smash the like button.